Honourable members, please be seated.
Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces Act 2020. Adjourned debate, Honourable Mr. Copping.
Honourable members, before the Assembly is Bill 32 at second reading, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplace Act 2020. Is there anyone that would like to speak to the bill at second reading? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitemud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today in second reading on Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces Act. This is my first opportunity to speak to this bill, although I sincerely expect that I will be speaking to this bill a number of times in the upcoming days and weeks. I'd actually perhaps like to begin by saying that, as we've all said many, many times in this House, that Albertans have experienced extraordinary change and extraordinary challenge over the last few months with COVID-19 and the effect of the pandemic on businesses, on workers, on families, on all of us, really. And particularly, we saw extraordinary courage and resilience from Alberta workers, more so than anybody else. There were so many people in our province who had to step forward and continue to work, even at a time when there was so much that was unknown, a lot of fear, a lot of concern about the spread of the virus and how to contain it. I think back to those early days when it suddenly felt that it was scary to come into work because we didn't know what to face, and yet so many Albertans, particularly our frontline workers, and in the early days of the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, you'll recall, of course, we really focused on our healthcare workers, but we quickly realized that there were so many other essential services in our province that we could not function without, that we had to expand, and rightfully so, our definition of what we considered essential work in this province, because we realized that we couldn't go to work and we couldn't function in our lives without people who were working in grocery stores, without people who were fixing cars, veterinarians and pet food stores. I remember thinking, oh gosh, am I going to be able to get food for my pets? And that, yes, that's an essential service. We saw people who were doing critical work on our infrastructure, doing continued road work, maintenance work, janitorial work. In fact, those people who did that kind of work became even more essential as we realized how important it was to keep our workplaces, our homes, our public services clean. All of those kinds of work became incredibly critical and incredibly essential, and we all recognize that. And I know, Mr. Speaker, many of us have stood up in this House and commended and thanked those workers in various ways through statements in this House, whether it be social media posts. I remember, you see billboards, you're driving down the road and you'd see billboards from various companies stating thank you to our essential workers. I know my colleagues and I took part in a wonderful tradition every Saturday night at 7 p.m. of going outside and clapping and cheering and thanking for our essential workers. And we really valued those people who continue to work hard to make sure that even though life was different, we were still able to function. We were still able to carry on in a different way, and it looked different, but we realized how important everyday people were to making sure life continued on in some semblance of normal. And so, given the times that we had government members, ministers, the Premier, members, of course, from the opposition standing up and saying thank you to our essential workers, thank you, calling them heroes for continuing to go to work every day. It's even more remarkable then, Mr. Speaker, that the way this government rewards workers, whether they be unionized or non-unionized, the people who go to work every day, and they're not some different entity than we are. There's not groups of people who are job creators, and then there's a clear distinction, and then there's workers. We all work together to make our economy function, and so I thought this government, I tried to take them at their word when they said that they valued the workers who did that work every day, and yet one of the first pieces of legislation that they introduced, although it's quite a heavy legislative agenda, since coming back into this place on a regular basis, was actually a bill to pick their pockets. A bill to say, thanks workers, but we're actually going to take more money out of your pocket, because it seems to me that in the eyes of the government, there are employers and employees, and somehow they're at odds, and somehow we don't all benefit when all of those, all Albertans, whether they be employers or employees, benefit, whether they be businesses, nonprofit organizations, whether they be unionized workers, whether they be non-unionized. We all have to benefit in order for our province and our economy to be strong and healthy. And yet, this bill seems to be very strongly leaning towards saying to workers, thanks for your hard work, but we don't actually value you that much. We're actually going to take money out of your pocket, and we're going to actually make it easier for you to lose the money that you maybe rely on even more so than you did before. Because how many people in this province have realized how fragile their work is right now, how quickly they could lose it, how quickly they could be facing being temporarily or permanently out of work, seeing their hours reduced, their ability to care for their families and pay their rent and pay their mortgage and pay their cars. All of those things can be taken away so quickly. And instead of valuing them, this government is actually saying, we're going to make it harder for you to get by. We're going to take those little things out of your pocket. We're going to make it even more difficult for you to do your work every day. And so I have to actually begin by taking issue, Mr. Speaker, with the title of this bill, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces Act, because there is no balance that's being restored here. In fact, since this government has come into force or into power, they have systematically undermined the value of workers. Of people who do their jobs every day. We saw that in the first session of this legislature where they were picking the pockets of workers in various different ways. And now we're seeing it again, once again. And what's remarkable is that a number of the pieces of legislation that are amended by Bill 32, the Employment Standards Code, the Labour Relations Code, these are pieces of legislation that this government has already made amendments to earlier this year or last year. With their Bill 2, their first Pick Your Pocket bill. And so they've come back again, and they're making further changes, again, picking the pockets of workers, which shows that they obviously didn't think that they'd done enough to workers. And this is how they thank them. This is how they reward them and value them for all their hard work during the pandemic, is to say, yeah, we already made things a little bit more difficult for you before the pandemic. Thanks for your hard work. We're now going to make it even harder. So let's walk through this a little bit, Mr. Speaker. As I said, there's a lot in this bill, a lot that actually tips the balances, I think, far out of whack, if I may say. It seems to be valuing and saying that employers' costs of operation, which are important, and we've actually stood up in this House a number of times and talked at length about how important small businesses and workers and companies who are investing in Alberta and are trying to survive this pandemic are. We've stood up numerous times and called for a number of substantive actions from this government to actually take care of small businesses, and what we've seen has been absolutely, it's been pennies. We've seen primarily for the first 3 months of this pandemic, this government has been focused on deferrals, on saying you don't have to pay that now, but you still have to pay it. You just have to pay it a little bit later, as if somehow miraculously in a few months the economy is going to be any better. Because in fact, we know that every month that this government is in power, the economy gets worse. And that seems to be the track we're on. And so they haven't given anything concrete to small businesses, but they are giving some benefits to some employers to say that their costs of operating are more important than the cost of living for so many employees. So one of the things, Mr. Speaker, and I know we've talked and I've heard some members of the government side, in particular the minister and the premier, speak about it and try to sort of downplay. This is no big deal. It's no big deal. If it's no big deal, then I'm wondering why they're bringing it forward and who they spoke to that said it was so important to bring it forward after they've already amended these pieces of legislation prior to the pandemic. So some of the things that, Mr. Speaker, that I'm concerned about are, for example, the changes to the averaging agreements. And let's be clear, they're no longer averaging agreements. They're now averaging arrangements. And I have to give credit, at least that's being clear and transparent about the fact that this is not an agreement. Averaging agreements no longer exist because agreement implies that both the employer and the employee agree to something, that there's a negotiation, that there is a meeting of the minds, and that's really essentially what an agreement is a meeting of the minds about the terms and conditions of employment. And now it's very clear that it is no longer an agreement because it is an imposition. It is the employer who's going to dictate to employees the hours of work and how and basically allowing for the possibility of the elimination or at least a significant reduction of overtime pay as well. Now, we already saw cuts to overtime pay a year ago when this government picked the pockets of workers with Bill 2 in the first session of this legislature, and now they're doing it again. They seem to be really dead set against paying workers for overtime and trying to get as much out of workers as they can without allowing workers to have the rest and the value and compensation that they deserve. We recognize overtime pay is valuable and is necessary because there are set hours of work, and we're saying if individuals are going to work far beyond that, there should be some benefit to them for doing so. But apparently this government does not value overtime pay and is trying to eliminate it in as many ways as possible through various pieces of legislation. So I've heard the Minister of Labour stand up and say, oh, it's not true that there's no elimination in Bill 32 of the requirements and limitations that were set out under the previous Employment Standards Code, which said that averaging agreements must not exceed 12 hours per day or 44 hours per week. They've claimed that that's not what they're doing. But I think they're assuming that Albertans are not going to actually take the time to read Bill 32 because it's very clear that that is what they're doing. Because, Mr. Speaker, those limitations of 12 hours of work per day or 44 hours per week and an averaging agreement under the Employment Standards Code are set out in the Employment Standards Code under Section 23.1, subsection 3, subsection D. And that's actually on page 6 of Bill 32. It is actually eliminated. That provision is repealed. The provision that talks about 12 hours a day being a maximum or 44 hours per day or per week being a maximum in an averaging agreement has been repealed. Instead, it simply says that an averaging arrangement and under Bill 32 may include a schedule setting out the daily and weekly hours of work for the averaging period, and if the averaging arrangement specifies the matter set out in subsection 4, a statement that the employer may amend the schedule in accordance with the averaging arrangement. Those references, Mr. Speaker, to 12 hours per day as a maximum or 44 hours per week have been repealed. And so I'm hoping, as we have more discussion, and perhaps the Minister of Labour can clarify where within Bill 32 they've preserved those limitations, because I've heard the Minister of Labour say in this House that that was not eliminated. But on my reading, and I appreciate the Minister of Labour is probably more familiar with his own bill and has had more time with it, and I hope has poured over the details significantly, I see that that provision has been repealed. And one of the reasons why I raise this, Mr. Speaker, apart from the fact that this now allows for an employer to impose an averaging arrangement on employees over a 52-week period of time, no longer a 12-week period of time, which means they can set hours of work for the entire year and say to the employee, we're hoping it'll all work out in the end. It'll all work out. You just have to work for an entire year to balance out your hours over that entire year and to make sure that you're not getting paid any overtime, and it'll all work out. And of course, this is not by agreement any longer by the employee. It is by imposition by the employer. And I'm concerned about that because when I hear the Minister of Labour stand up and say that they're not doing something, which they are very clearly and plainly doing within the bill, it says to me again what I think has been the fundamental problem with this government since they came into power, which is that they continue to break trust with Albertans. They continue to say that they're not doing something when they clearly are. They continue to say they're going to do something and then they don't do it. And then there's all those things that they never mention that they do, which really caught Albertans off by surprise. And I think that's the problem that we have right now in this province, Mr. Speaker, with this government, and that so many Albertans feel, is that it's a lack of trust. Because it assumes that the Alberta government, the government of Alberta right now, is playing games with Albertans, that they're using statements that are not truthful to describe their actions. And it's making it challenging for Albertans to know what to believe. And so I've heard a lot of talk in this House, Mr. Speaker, of statements being taken out of context and people saying that members are saying things that they're not saying and vice versa. And I think what we have is a break of trust. And the actions of this government, when they talk about restoring balance, but yet there's nothing in here to protect the workers that they claimed that they valued, that's a break in trust and it's a break of faith. And that's why Albertans are rightfully concerned and distrustful of their government right now. So I want to talk a little bit further about some other provisions in this Act as well, Mr. Speaker. Some of the other changes are around, for example, group terminations as an example. And I'm just actually going through the bill kind of page by page, and there's many different provisions to talk about, but I'm going to go through as I'm kind of chronologically or page by page going through this bill. I'll get to the section where, for example, this bill repeals the group termination provisions and replaces them with new provisions. So these group termination provisions, Mr. Speaker, as you may be aware, are the termination notice that must be given to the Minister of Labour and Employment, as well as to bargaining agents for employees about when there's going to be a termination of above 50 employees at one time. Now, we have gone through in this province some significant challenges, and I know that it hasn't stopped. It's not going to stop anytime soon. Unfortunately, the reality is, I know of one business that I was advised was just laid off 70 employees last week. And of course, I'm assuming the Minister of Labour is probably aware of that as well, because he would have received notice under the Employment Standards Code of that layoff. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, is that we're getting into a situation where we're seeing more and more group layoffs happening. And what this does, for example, is it removes the notice to the bargaining agent when a group of employees over 50 have been laid off. Not only does it do that, but it actually also shortens that notice period to the minister. So, for example, under the previous Employment Standards Code, if 50 or more employees are laid off, but less than 100, they have to give 8 weeks notice. If it's 100 employees but fewer than 300, it's 12 weeks. If it's 300 or more affected employees, it's 16 weeks. And this, of course, is important information that the minister needs to know, because it indicates I would expect that the Minister of Labour and Employment would have a very strong interest in knowing that a major employer in Alberta is laying off a substantial amount of employees. Not only does it indicate that perhaps there's a significant problem or an indicator of a problem in the industry or the sector, it's important information for the minister, because he is about to find out that hundreds of Albertans are about to be laid off work. And that's really important information. And now it's shortened to anything over 50 plus employees. They now have to give only 4 weeks notice to the minister and no longer notice to the union. And again, I think it's taking what's already a bad situation, a difficult situation. Group terminations are not an easy thing for an employer. They're not an easy thing for employees. And it's rushing through the process and making it even more challenging. It's making it challenging for the union who represents those employees to be able to provide supports, adequate supports. If a union's advised that there's going to be 300 or more employees laid off at one time, and they're given adequate notice, they can start to prepare those employees and make sure that they have the supports they need in place, instead of leaving them high and dry. And instead, we have, I guess, a practice now where employers will, again, I appreciate for employers to do it, it's a very challenging and difficult decision as well. And it's not an easy thing. And I've actually, in my career, counseled employers who have had to do that. And I know how difficult it is and how much they care about their employees. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, it's equally as devastating, if not more so in some situations, for the employee, because this is especially at a time right now when it's particularly challenging to find work. Not having that notice or shortening that notice could really be incredibly stressful, create incredible anxiety as to how bills are going to be paid. So I don't know why we would want to limit to the notice to the minister if there's going to be a large number of Albertans who are about to be laid off. Wouldn't the minister want as much notice as possible to try to take whatever steps they could to find out, talk with the employer, see if there's any measures to try to keep employees employed, because right now it doesn't feel like this government is actually that interested in taking actions to support employees that have been employed. And another measure, an example of that within Bill 32, Mr. Speaker, is shortening I shouldn't say shortening, it's actually extending the amount of time that an employer has to pay out an employee termination pay. As of right now, it's within 3 days. Once an employee is terminated, an employer is obligated to pay them out their notice or any wages owing within 3 days. And now that's been extended to up to 31 days. And I appreciate that that might not seem like a huge difference to a lot of people, but if anybody's ever been employed, particularly in the economic climate that we're in right now, the difference between 3 days and 31 days is a rent payment. It's the ability to put gas in your car. It's the ability to buy groceries for that month.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate? This isn't 29-2A, as 29-2A isn't available, as the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Whiteman was the second speaker. However, if there's anyone else that would like to join in the debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to spend a little bit of time talking about Bill 32, which is quite laughingly referred to as Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplace Act, a bill that perhaps would be better named something along the lines of the bill to limit the freedom of association and freedom of expression of citizens of the province of Alberta.
You can amend it.
Perhaps, yeah, we'll put in an amendment on that. Or perhaps a bill to reverse the labor relation gains of the last 200 years in Western democracies in the world.
Little long.
How about a bill that puts the lie to red tape reduction processes for the province of Alberta that we talk about in some of our other legislation. Bill 22, for example, all of which would have been a more accurate description of what's happening in this appalling piece of legislation that I assure you will be challenged in the courts and will lose resoundingly when that happens. I know that the government sometimes puts bills in knowing that they will lose when they arrive in the courts, knowing that they'll get away with something for a little while before the courts overturns it. A moral level which is quite fascinating for a government. But let's spend a little bit of time, rather than simply mocking the ridiculousness of the name of this bill, into looking at some of the really abhorrent practices that are instituted in this bill to limit the rights and freedoms of citizens of the province of Alberta. If you haven't noticed by now, I'm not voting for the bill. But let's just take a quick look at a few of the pieces. My notes are very extensive. I'm sure I won't get through all of them in this one brief conversation, but I certainly look forward to Committee of the Whole, where I'll be able to stand up repeatedly and will stand up repeatedly to go through many of the lines of this bill. You've certainly given me an opportunity with a fairly extensive bill to argue lots of points about it. So the issues here in this bill are very wide. And I think the issue is that the attempt here is essentially to remove power from a private organization and put it in the hands of their of people with whom they have to sit at a bargaining table. So moving information and power across the table from one group of people to another. So it's clearly an attempt to weigh down one side of the scales in a very dramatic way that is going to make many of the actions moving forward very difficult for honest people who are trying to protect their rights and who are trying to establish the integrity of their work and the right to receive appropriate compensation and rules of safety and protection in that workplace, something that has been one of the primary pillars of Western democracies in this world over the last 200 years. One of the very first governments ever to reverse and reduce rights of citizens in this country. That's a pretty horrible legacy for them to be marching on right at this particular time. So let's look at some of the particular pieces that are in this bill and some of the problems that are there. We have constructed, of course, boards which will help to make decisions, arbitration decisions, with regard to decisions in the union. Those boards are composed of 3 people. However, in this particular bill, the decisions about what will happen have not been restricted to a triumvirate of people reviewing the decisions and making a joint decision, but rather have been set up in such a way that if the chair or vice chair wishes to or believes they have the reason to, they can decide alone to make decisions on this merely by declaring that it is important that they do so. No guidelines as to what exigent circumstances exist that would cause a chair to not take into account the thoughts and concerns and the voting power of the other 2 members of the small board. And so what we have is we have a situation where that chair can dismiss a matter summarily based on whatever biases or prejudice they take to the issue. We don't like this particular application, and so we think it is vexatious, and therefore we refuse to hear it. And I don't see in here criteria for what constitutes vexatious in this case. I don't see any limits on that. I don't see the chair having to have the responsibility to consult with the other 2 members if he's already decided that that he or she needs to proceed because of timeliness or some other aspect of the decision. So I think that's very problematic, that the decision-making in this process has been risen to a level of non-accountability and arbitrariness that is just completely and totally unacceptable. And let's move on a little bit and talk about some of the other pieces that are here. Now, we have to remember that unions are private organizations. They are not an arm of the government. They don't represent the government. They're not paid for by government. And yet government has decided that they can intrude into this private organization and tell them how they are going to work with their own members. Now, that's something that if government were to do that in a business, there would be an appalling backlash on the government side of the house. If government stepped into businesses and said, you have to do these same kinds of things with your shareholders, for example. But it's not balanced because they're not doing it for everybody involved. They're only doing it for unions. It's simply an attack on unions. Right now, we already know that unions routinely provide their financials to their members. Members can go down to the union hall and go through all of the information that they choose to go through. They can go to the AGM and see the reports on the financials, and they can vote on the acceptance of the financial report and have questions, and it happens routinely, all the time. Since I have been elected, I've not been a union member much in my life. My circumstance didn't lead me that way. But I happened, since I've been elected, to stop by a couple of union AGMs to see what was going on, and have seen where the financials are presented and discussed. So there already is transparency for the members of the private organization. But what has this government done? They've decided that the information of a private organization is now going to be made available for people outside of that private organization, because they have determined that the unions must provide to the union members, to every single member, physical copies of the financials, which means that employers now will be able to go through the financials of the union, which is a separate and different organization, and look at things like, how big is the strike fund? And if it's a small strike fund, now's a good time to start doing things against the union. If it's a big strike fund, perhaps they'll hold off for a little while. That's what's happening here. It's like saying that you're going to give the financials from Woodward's to Sears so that Woodward's can make some determinations of how best to work against Sears and how best to win in the market of big department stores. You would never do that. No, Sears' business is not Woodward's business. Now, I know I'm older than many people here in the House. I want to tell you that Woodward's and Sears were once department stores. There you go. Just so you know. But the point...
Starbucks and Tim's.
Oh, sorry. I don't drink coffee, so I don't know the Starbucks thing here. Starbucks and David's tea, does that help? The point is still the same. The point is that you're actually putting the employer in a position of having direct physical access to information that is not about their own business. It is the business of a private organization referred to as a trade union. And I think that that's very problematic. There's no ability for the union to say there are some aspects of our business that are really no right of the employer. Now, this becomes compounded when we get to the very difficult section about the requirements to opt in or opt out on political activities that the union may be involved in. And I know what's happening here, and that is the Conservatives struggle with the notion of democracy and struggle with the notion of a majority rule democracy. They clearly don't understand that unions are democracies. You can go to the annual general meeting and you can vote whether or not you wish things to go one way or the other. But because it's a democracy, once the decision is made, everybody follows that. Now, I'll give an example of where else that happens. It's called the legislature of the province of Alberta. That on a regular basis, the government makes proposals to spend money based on the fact that they have a majority. And I stand up repeatedly and provide clarifying comments on the problems inherent in the government's thought process and the applications of their laws. And in spite of my due diligence, my hard work of bringing forward important information, and my willingness to stand and vote against that, when the government uses its majority, I don't get my way. And that's kind of the way it works in a democracy. Now, if the government were serious about this concern about the ability to opt in or opt out when you don't like how your money is spent, then I would have imagined they would have included in this bill or a companion bill the ability for taxpayers in the province of Alberta to opt in or opt out of government programs depending on whether they liked them or not. So if the government were to do something completely ridiculously foolish, let's say, what if they wanted to put $60 million to a war room, for example, which I can't imagine that they would want to do because it's so ridiculous. But if I didn't like that, then as a taxpayer, I should be able to write on my tax bill, I do not elect to participate in a war room. So therefore, I would like the government to return to me that portion of my taxes which are equal to the proportion of government spending on notions that I don't like the war room. Now, when I put it in those terms, I can't imagine anybody on the government side of the House would agree to have taxpayers opt out when they see their money being spent on things that they do not like, because they know it would be very difficult to run a democracy if democracy meant a series of small dictatorships in which everybody gets to make every decision for themselves and never has to concede to the will of the majority. Now, that's the issue that we have at hand here. That's what the government is saying must happen in the unions, that people need to opt in. They can't simply go to the voting place, put up their hand at the AGM and say, no, I don't like that particular political process. I'd like to vote against it, please. And then if they win, great. And if they lose, well, they understand they're not going to win everything, because that's what a mature democracy looks like. But the government doesn't want that to happen in a union. They don't want it to be a democracy. Can you imagine if we said that to shareholders of major corporations?
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available, and I see, and from previous indication, the Honourable Minister of Finance, correction, how's that promotion for you? The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Well, thanks for the promotion, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that very much. Mr. Speaker, the last couple speeches are what one might refer to as a target-rich environment as far as debate goes. So I'll try to, I won't be able to cover all the ground, but I'll try to cover some of it. I just heard the previous member talking about who's confused about democracy. I used the example of the war room. I would remind the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, that the war room budget was funded by a Democratic vote in this House. And the people in this House were sent here by Democratic vote at the last election. So there's the first part of the honourable member's lesson, but there's more for the honourable member to learn. He talked about how he claimed conservatives struggle with the concept of democracy. Well, Mr. Speaker, this session we brought forward legislation to provide referendums. The most direct form of democracy possible to let the citizens vote on what their government does, and that's even after they've elected the government, so it's almost double democracy. And the other side of the House, the NDP, doesn't want that to happen, Mr. Speaker. So with those two examples there, I would, and I'm sure other colleagues of mine can come up with better examples than I have, but I think it's pretty clear for anybody listening now who's confused about democracy in this room and who isn't, based on those very obvious examples. Now, I heard each of the last couple speakers from the other side using the phrase including something like exactly like taking rights away. Well, Mr. Speaker, no government in this country can take rights away from people. That's why they're called rights. And I know we got more than enough lawyers in this room, and there's some on each side of the aisle. And so for the honourable members that aren't clear on that, you should check with the lawyers on your side of the House. They will explain that to you. In fact, I think both of the honourable members, I think, are lawyers, and yet, Mr. Speaker, they said that out loud. So it's for those listening at home, I think you might be, I think the credibility of the debates that we've heard so far is lacking, but maybe they'll do better. The evening's young. Mr. Speaker, I also heard comments about picking people's pockets. Well, nobody picked Albertan workers or Albertans' pockets more than the NDP did when they put the carbon tax in place, which was their first bill that they put in place when they got to be government in 2015. It was the biggest, most broadly applied pocket picking There, I tried to say that without, that has happened in the history of Alberta. And of course, what was the first bill of our government is to get rid of the most large pocket picking in the history of Alberta, which was essentially the biggest tax cut and the biggest, I won't say a gift because it's not, it's Alberta workers' money. The biggest returning of the money that they earned back to their pockets was the getting rid of the carbon tax bill, our bill number 1. So there's just a little bit of perspective there that I think needs to be brought to this debate. Mr. Speaker, balance. Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker, I heard quite a bit about averaging agreements. Well, you know what? Sometimes those averaging arrangements now are conditions of employment, Mr. Speaker. For example, farmers, people working on a farm will know that the crops have to be put in the spring in a very narrow period of time, or you don't get a crop. So I'm sure that farmers would require that their employers work longer during those times. And also, in the fall, those same crops, should they be fortunate enough to, the farmer be fortunate enough for them to actually grow, and when you're a farmer, you do gamble on the weather a little bit, so that doesn't always happen, but when you are fortunate enough after a few months to actually have a crop in the fields, then it needs to be taken out in a very narrow period of time too, before it snows, before the hail hits it, before the wind knocks it down, before a bunch of other bad things happen, and without the ability for those employers to have that work done during the narrow period of time that it happens, it wouldn't happen. And the same with ranchers. Cows don't have calves between 9 and 5 unless it's a by chance. It's surely not by design of the cow, I can tell you that, Mr. Speaker. So these are some of the reasons why these averaging arrangements actually provide jobs for Albertans. The other side would have you believe they take jobs away, but in fact, if you ask a farmer or a rancher or a retailer that does their business by Christmas, they would tell you this provides jobs, not takes them away.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate as the time for 29-2A has expired? The Honourable Member for Edmonton South has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and speak to Bill 32, it's called the Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplace Act, and I simply don't believe that's the case. But before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge that we are joined by some members of the United Nurses in the gallery here. I know Daniel Larrabee, a former minister here in this place, and I apologize, but I've forgotten the name of the board member as well. But we have a few guests here as well who are here because Albertans know and workers know that this bill is quite simply put one of the largest attacks on workers that we have ever seen come to Alberta. And that's why even in the middle of a pandemic and even at 8 o'clock at night, we have people sitting in the gallery here to show their displeasure with this government and understand and try to have the government understand how dangerous this is for working people. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is allowing profitable corporations and their CEOs to continue to make billions and billions of dollars in profits. We know this premier's already given $4.7 billion away, more than $4.7 billion away to profitable corporations, and now he's deciding to go in and pick the pockets of working people as well. So, Mr. Speaker, it's something that's very concerning for us here in the opposition. It's something that's very concerning because there are a number of issues in this bill. I mean, I know a number of my colleagues have already spoken at quite a bit of length to averaging agreements, but the ability of the employer to both cancel averaging agreements and then impose new averaging agreements without the consent of the employee is simply a complete imbalance in the workplace. It simply put completely allows the employer to control the power dynamic, and it's something that I think is unacceptable. It's something that workers will find unacceptable, and indeed it's something that will impose an arraignment, and I think that change in terminology, that change in phraseology is actually very important for us to pay attention to because as they were previously called, they were averaging agreements, something that was agreed to by both employers and employees. And now they're going to be averaging arrangements, so it's something that the employer will actually impose on employees. And I think that change in terminology actually reflects the intention of what the government is bringing in. And it speaks to the mindset and the worldview that the government is trying to bring forward to Alberta. It's that employees do not have a place to agree to what they do. Instead, they are told what to do. And I think that type of language that the government is introducing reflects that. Mr. Speaker, I think it also is pretty concerning because, as my colleagues have mentioned already, the changes mean that employees who work for over, let's say, 12 hours a day may not qualify for overtime. That is simply absurd. To have somebody work over 12 hours a day by force and then suddenly say, well, you certainly don't need overtime for those 13, 14, 15 hours either. I think, Mr. Speaker, Albertans will find that absurd. It is simply put taking money out of the pockets of working people. To be clear, Mr. Speaker, it means that in some weeks employees will work well over 44 hours and not receive any overtime. And that, Mr. Speaker, I think employees will know is not fair. And Mr. Speaker, there's almost no recourse. There's less recourse, of course. I mean, because in this amendment to the second pick your pocket bill in the span of a year, employees will only have 6 months to raise their concerns with the Employment Standards Boards. While these arrangements that employers can force on employees can be lasting up to a year. So you actually don't even have a satisfactory amount of time throughout the lifespan of this arrangement to complain about it and have your case made to the Employment Standards Board. It's simply ludicrous, right? It simply puts all the power in the hands of employers. It simply is not restoring balance at all. Instead, it is actually tipping the scales for the employer. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear. This bill makes it easier for your boss to fire you. It makes it easier for your boss to pay you less in wages. It makes it easier for your boss not to pay you out your wages for a much longer period of time after you are terminated. Mr. Speaker, it's very clearly just a simple attack on working people. Day after day, this government goes after working people, and they don't even try to justify it, right? Mr. Speaker, this government hasn't spoken to things like economic impact studies and what they actually found this would have effects in terms of workers and employees spending money in economies. They didn't talk about who they consulted with. They didn't talk about what they learned from the consultations, and clearly they didn't talk to workers, because if they had talked to workers, we wouldn't be hearing the massive outrage from workers across this entire province, right? So, Mr. Speaker, we know this government already messed this up once. They changed the rules on averaging agreements last year, and then they're coming back today, and they're coming back to this place again and changing averaging agreements again because they got it wrong. And Mr. Speaker, newsflash, the government's got it wrong a second time. So we're going to have to be back in this place and fixing this mess, because it is simply an attack on working people. It's simply an opportunity for this government to pat themselves on their backs for the $4.7 billion they've given away to profitable corporations, and then tell working people that they don't deserve as much every single day. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on employees who are terminated and what this means for them as well. Because one of the things that this bill does is it brings in this extension of the time for final payment for wages earned. So this is actually money that employees have already earned, right? They've put the hours in and money owed to employees. And then it used to be, before this bill, that money had to be paid out within 3 days, right? So 3 days would mean that somebody who's terminated is now able to go and perhaps pay their rent or pay their groceries or put gas in their car, whatever it is. It's a very stressful time for these employees. They've just lost their job. But now, instead of it being 3 days, this minister wants to tell those workers it can be 31 days. So, Mr. Speaker, let me put that in perspective for you. If this is, let's say, done on the 15th of the month or on the 17th of the month, whatever it is, 31 days could be very well 2 rent cycles, right? It could be 2 rent checks for people who are paying biweekly. It could be a significant amount of burden for these employees, and it's money that's actually owed to them, that this government even admits is owed to them because it's earned money, right? It's hours they've already worked. But instead of giving these employees the money they are due, this government is allowing employers to withhold that money for up to 31 days. And I think that's very unfair. It's unfair to employees who may need that money and in one of the most stressful times in their lives, when they no longer have a job and are suddenly faced with a situation where they need to pay their bills and need to go looking for a new job and all these things, Mr. Speaker, they suddenly will not have access to that money, and that could be up to a month. I think that's very disappointing, and I think it's something that Albertans and workers will be upset about, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps this government could clarify, perhaps the minister could clarify for this place, how many workers asked for this, right? How many people said, yeah, when I get terminated, I don't need that money. If I lose my job, I don't need that money. How many people actually told this government that? I think that's a very important question we have to ask every single day in this place, because we know that this bill is one of the largest attacks on workers we've ever seen. How many workers said that it was a good idea to change the calculation and the formula for calculating general holiday pay? How many workers said that it was a good idea that instead of averaging the last 4 weeks' work, that employers could choose which weeks so that they could avoid things like holidays. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we know that if an employee works on a holiday, they get holiday pay, and that isn't earned, then that is something that they've actually worked for, right? They've given up, for example, in the last few weeks here, employees may have given up their Canada Day. And if they gave up their Canada Day, they earned additional monies, and that's something that they deserve. It's something that they gave up a day that they would have been otherwise enjoying the outdoors with their family. And Mr. Speaker, now employers can choose not to even recognize that when averaging out payments, and I think that's something that's very concerning. It's something that this government it shows that they simply do not care about the workers, right? That this government is showing that they're making all these changes so employers can selectively choose to omit any opportunity that the employee has already tried to earn additional money, and omit those from the majority of the calculations that employers are required to do. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very concerning because we know we're currently in the midst of a pandemic, right? We're currently in the midst of a global pandemic, one of the largest economic crises in the history of this province, and possibly in the history of the world, Mr. Speaker, and it's a bill that simply means that employees will get less. And right now, when we see things, for example, like temporary layoffs, I mean, many places are doing temporary layoffs. We know post-secondary institutions, for example, are doing many temporary layoffs, largely as a result of the cuts from this government cutting funding to every single post-secondary institution in this province. But those temporary layoffs, Mr. Speaker, now those institutions and employers who want to do that will no longer need to give as much notice. Actually, I believe they won't have to give any notice. They can simply terminate immediately or give a temporary layoff immediately, Mr. Speaker. And that's actually very concerning because previously, when notice was required for a temporary layoff, so let's say that some of these employers who are having a tough time with COVID and do need to do a temporary layoff can bring in a temporary layoff, those employees would have reasonable amounts of time to apply for things like employment insurance. Right, so they'd be able to take that the transition period to say, well, I know I'm going to be laid off in a couple of weeks here. Let me go apply for EI so I can start getting paid right away and continue to pay my rent, continue to buy groceries, continue to put gas in my car, whatever it is, Mr. Speaker. Those are all very important things. That transition period, because right now, for example, we see that unemployment is extremely high in this province, largely is because of this economic crisis. But instead of looking out for those workers and saying that transition time is important, and instead of looking out for those workers and saying we will stand with you to ensure that you are able to make that payment for your groceries or make that payment for your rent. Instead of standing with those workers, this government has said, actually, you can go 2 weeks without pay. And Mr. Speaker, to be very clear, the majority of Canadians do not have enough savings in their accounts to be able to sustain that. If the temporary layoff notice came on the 25th of the month, the reality is many Canadians and many Albertans would not be able to make rent on the first day of the next month. And that is what's very concerning about this. It's that this government simply has no empathy, right? Has no care for the types of effects this will have on actual Albertans and actual employees. And Mr. Speaker, it again completely tips the scales towards the employer. It completely tips the scales and gives all the power to the employer and takes the ability of employees to stand up against this away. It's something that's very concerning. Mr. Speaker, I want to continue a little bit about post-secondary institutions again. I mean, we know this government continues to go after post-secondary institutions every single day. They defund post-secondary institutions and then blame the post-secondary institutions for not spending the money adequately, Mr. Speaker. But on top of that, we know that all binding arbitration in this bill, in Bill 32, all binding arbitration for post-secondary academic staff is also going to be voided. So that means that anything that's actually already been awarded through an independent arbitrator in a binding arbitration process. So of course we know that there are often labor disputes or there are things like negotiations that happen around collective bargaining, and often it goes to arbitration, and that's a fair process, right? We know an independent person comes in and makes decisions and says this is what is most reasonable for both sides. But instead of actually upholding those agreements and instead of actually accepting those agreements that have already been made by binding arbitration, Mr. Speaker, Bill 32 will actually tell every single post-secondary academic staff that any binding agreement that was made and they have expected to reasonably receive because it's in the name, it was supposed to be binding, is now going to be voided. So again, Mr. Speaker, Bill 32, it seems, is designed to take power away from employees, right? It's designed to take that power away. It's designed to take the wins and the losses in this case, in the binding arbitration, away from employees. And it's very concerning, right? It's very concerning because it's a pattern of behavior, right? It's a pattern of behavior that doesn't matter what sector you work in this province, whether you work in the private sector, whether you work in the public sector, whether you work in a post-secondary institution, or as a nurse, or as a teacher, or as a oil field worker, no matter where it is, you will get less money and you will have less right to stand up to your employer. Right? That is what this bill says. That is what this bill is designed to do. And it's very concerning because it is not restoring balance. Instead, what it is doing is tipping the scales and is picking the pockets of every single Albertan, Mr. Speaker. I'm also pretty concerned, I think, or at least unclear, Mr. Speaker, that this bill also, for example, removes things like polytechnic institutions from the definition of a public post-secondary institution. What is the intent of that? What is the government's intent? What is the minister's intent when he does that? Does he intend to make public polytechnic institutions private institutions or Americanized institutions, Mr. Speaker? I mean, that could be very well the case, but we don't know because this government will not address these things and will not explain to this House and to Albertans why they're going in and attacking workers with such disregard for the actual effects that they will have for their families and actual effects that it will have in terms of people's ability to pay rent and buy groceries. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear. It's very clear that this bill is not fair. It's very clear that this government has put, actually, I think, quite a lot of thought into this. Oftentimes, I come into this place and say that the government has not thought about their bill and has not thought about the ramifications and has not thought about the adverse consequences of this bill. But actually, Mr. Speaker, I think it's quite clear. It's quite clear that this government knows what some of these consequences will be. They understand what the consequences will be for employees. They understand that taking overtime or changing the averaging agreements means that some people will work over 12, 13, 14 hours a day and not receive overtime. They understand it means people work over 44 hours a week and not receive overtime. They understand that it means that some people will not get paid for almost a month if they are terminated for money that they are actually owed and have already worked for, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's very clear that this government knows that all these things are in this bill. It's very clear that this government is actually proud of these things that are in this bill, Mr. Speaker. So they're proud to be attacking the workers of this province. And I think that's quite concerning. I think it's quite concerning because normally, Mr. Speaker, the opposition can come in here and say we believe that the bad bill has been introduced to this place and we want to try and make it better because we think the government has been misinformed or perhaps hasn't done their homework. But I don't think that's the case this time, Mr. Speaker. I think this time this government is really showing their stripes. I think this time this government is showing Albertans that they are tipping the scales in the employer's favor and they are picking the pockets of every single working Albertan. Thank you.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank honourable members for the debate in the House on Bill 32. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to sponsor Bill 32 and to provide balance in terms of the working laws. And Mr. Speaker, what this bill truly is about, it's about providing balance, reducing red tape, and helping get Albertans back to work. Now, I understand the bill is highly complex, and there's a significant amount of misinformation out in the media on this, and there seems to be a lack of understanding on some of these provisions on the members opposite. So I just wanted to take a moment to talk on three items only at this point in time, and I'll perhaps raise again later to talk on other items, to provide some more details, and so there is a greater understanding. The first topic I'd like to talk about is the overtime averaging arrangements. Now, Mr. Speaker, there seems to be a belief that these arrangements will be the elimination of overtime. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, that is not the case. So when we take a look at it, the rules regarding overtime for those who are working the regular 9-to-5 job, 40 or working over 44 hours a week, those rules in the code where you get paid overtime over 8 hours a day or 44 hours a week, they stay the same. Now, there are averaging arrangements, and these arrangements have been in place, Mr. Speaker, for decades. Prior to the changes made in Bill 17 by the New Democrats, they were called compressed work weeks, and they were entered into by parties, and these were employers who made these rules, and this is for situations where, for example, employers would have their employees work 10 days on, 10 days off, and they would average those hours at 44 hours a week over the course of a number of weeks. And if you worked over 44 hours that week, you would get paid overtime. If not, you would not get paid. Now, the previous government made significant changes to this. They put on rules that made it harder for employers to put these arrangements in place, which were necessary to be able to match the needs of the businesses, but it was also for employees. It was often very beneficial, working 10 days on, 10 days off. Now, as part of the changes to the rules, and it was mentioned by the honourable member from Edmonton Whitemud, part of the changes to the rules, and I can understand there may be confusion, because we're removing one rule that says that an overtime averaging arrangement must specify the scheduled daily and weekly hours of work, which must not exceed 12 hours per day and 44 hours a week. Now, on the face of it, that may say, you government have eliminated the rule to maximum 12 hours a day, and you're not applying the 44-hour per week rule. That is simply not the case. The way the rule was written in the old code by the previous government under Bill 17 was saying that this is how the schedules need to be assessed. The 44-hour per week rule, that's being the number of hours that need to be averaged, that was in the regs. Mr. Speaker, those rules are still in the regs. So we will still be averaging over a 44-hour per week 44 per hour week period. Secondly, the maximum 12-hour rule, and the rule to pay over 12 hours if you happen to work overtime. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, you can only do that with a variance, if you get a variance from the minister or from the director. That rule still remains in the code. So let's put all of the discussion aside, saying that these rules eliminate overtime and the 12-hour rule doesn't apply and the 44-hour average per week doesn't apply. They apply, and they apply just as they did under the previous agreement. That 44-hour week is in the reg and the 12-hour is in the code. The other item I wanted to address, Mr. Speaker, is in regards to financial statements. Now, the honourable member from Edmonton Rutherford made an argument saying he would attend union meetings and they'd go through financial statements, and there's no need for this rule, right? And that if we did put this rule in place, which is being suggested in the bill, that this would mean that the financial statements would be provided to employers. This would be unfair. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is simply not the case. The rule for financial transparency is that the union must provide it to its members, not to companies, and we can also spend some time talking about the fact that how many organizations that are traded on the stock exchange have to actually provide their financials publicly, and we also don't want and governments have to provide their financials publicly, but we can all put that aside. It's a private organization, although there is a requirement, even though it's a private organization, that whether or not you are a member of the union, you must pay union dues. But we'll put that aside for a second, and the fact is that every single other jurisdiction in Canada, with the exception of PEI, requires a financial statement to be provided to members or upon request. And Mr. Speaker, that's what we're doing. This is no different than other jurisdictions, and I can speak to other items at a later time. Thank you.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate this evening? The honourable member for Calgary, Buffalo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and let me start by saying that I'm extremely proud of the work done by our government and the Minister of Labour when we were in government. I don't know if I would characterize it as we tipped the balance. I've heard the balance talked a lot about in the preceding days up to our debate here today. Balance, tipped it more in the way of employees than employers, or if we were just writing some balance that had been previously tipped drastically towards employers over the last 44 years of PC rule in this province. So perhaps it was high time there was some correction in all of that, and as I said, I'm very proud of the work of the last Minister of Labour in this regard. I think, and I'm pleased to hear the Minister of Labour get up and address some things and hear from him on those issues with regard to the things he talked about, particularly the 9 to 5, 40, 45 hours a week and all that sort of stuff, red tape, financial statements. It's good to kind of get clarity on issues that he believes are important that we need to further discuss. But on balance, I would say that I'm still opposed to everything in Bill 32 and believe that what this bill actually does is go back to the days of the balance being shifted dramatically towards employers in this province. And what's wrong with that, Mr. Speaker, is quite a few things. One of them is that there's almost 400,000 Albertans who are out of work at this time. We know that the pandemic and the drop in oil has been hard on this province, and about 15.5% of our working population is unemployed at this point. It means, as the Premier said in this House earlier, it means that we are underperforming as a province, and 360 billion GDP that we had had in this province now reduced to 300 billion, and that's a significant loss to all of Alberta, and it is felt and reverberated across the province. Particularly hard hit are low-wage workers, of course, who are out of work and trying to right their families' ship by finding good paid employment, steady employment. And I don't believe that Bill 32 will assist them in getting their families' economic situation in repair very quickly. There are a number of parts in this bill, and perhaps the minister will stand up in 29(2)A after I sit down to explain some of the things that it's a pretty massive piece of legislative reading to get through, and I've been doing that, and I look forward to spending more time with it in reading and under committee of the whole, stand up to address more parts of it, as well as in third reading that are upcoming. But some things that I focused on right now, and I want to echo my colleagues who have raised this same point, is why the need to extend the time for final payments from what it was in Bill 17 to what it maybe I'll leave that there. What it is right now, I believe 24 to 31 days, that employers can pay out a person who is terminated in their employ, that doesn't seem to assist Albertans who will go into unemployment. It doesn't seem to allow them to recoup their earned wages and move on. It doesn't seem that it's something that'll assist them in being able to, keep the wolf from their door. It is frankly confusing for me. I think one of the things that I read that was the rationale for it was it would help in terms of reducing red tape for employers, because they don't have to produce check runs off cycle from their usual payment period with employees who remain in their employment. And I just want to say that I don't see how that rights the balance. I think that is a difficulty that is being imposed on somebody who leaves or is terminated from their employment. And I think it potentially is more problematic for employees than employers who have to do a check run off cycle. So that's something that I wouldn't mind to hear more about in terms of who the minister heard from in particular. I can't see employees who are terminated as a group wanting to change that in any way, shape, or form. And so the balance, I think, is restored. Not restored. I think the balance is created too much in the way of employers, and that is something we tried to correct in Bill 17, but now has gone back to the way it was. The other thing I want to look at is And I'm not sure I've read it fully in the bill, and I need to understand it from either more reading or more listening to debate here. But exemptions to paying employees, exemptions to paying employees minimum wages. I think what I read here is that potentially the door is being opened for lowering the minimum wages of vulnerable groups like people with disabilities and others. And I can't see, and it'd be interesting to hear from the minister who he heard from that was something that would be beneficial. I know we've had this discussion here in this place before with regard to people who have disabilities, and the argument being put by some that that person at least has a job and they're not performing the full job to the extent of a person who is non-disabled. And I think what the Bill 17 did is say basically a worker is a worker is a worker, and if you hire them, then they must be paid minimum wages. In this province, that's $15 for the most part, unless you're under 18, and it's a lower amount. So it would be interesting to hear from the minister about, who was lobbying for that, and in fact, if he didn't hear it all from employee groups or employees or people who are advocating for disabled employees, then why not? Additional things that are of interest to me here and have been mentioned by my colleagues too, and as I said, perhaps we'll get more into other things as we go along, is the notice, removing the requirement for employers to give notice of a temporary layoff to an employee. And that obviously doesn't benefit employees. I can't see how an employee who doesn't know they're going to be laid off is not prepared for that, but hears of that and is not been able to go to the EI office and start to process their benefits in the event of the layoff that's coming. I don't see how that benefits laid off employees at all. It certainly was more seamless for employees under Bill 17 previously, where they would have notice. They could usually take the correct action of continuing to think through, okay, what is it now I need to do to make sure that we can have the benefits to ensure my family is adequately cared for through EI benefits. So that, removing that requirement, and I'm not sure of the reason it's been removed, but I'm not sure if it's red tape in this case or just it's something that was advocated for by employer groups. It doesn't seem very balanced in that regard. So, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of issues in this rather large piece of legislation that are corrective of many different pieces of legislation that are currently in code, not only in code, but in statutes in this province. And changing them is something that I believe is not in the best interest of employees and is more helpful for employers. And we were trying to at least rebalance that. I did mention that the requirement to pay out wages upon termination was to better align pay periods for companies. That was, I guess that was in the government press release that came out with regard to this bill. I just think, of course, this was in the UCP platform in terms of workplace democracy. And balancing legislation, labor legislation. And I guess I disagree with the characterization of this being a workplace democracy bill. I think there are many things in it that seem challenging in terms of being called democratic, and I wouldn't agree. We have a number of problems with what's in the bill. On this side of the House, of course, we want to ensure that there is economic recovery for every Albertan and companies in this province, and that one can't happen without the other. Certainly, we know that there has to be supportive programs and supportive programs put in place for Albertans who are challenged right now because of the COVID situation we're in. And we have some of those in this province, and that's a good thing. But to rely on those for the long term is not something this province is capable of doing. So we're talking about a significant deficit in this province of $20 to $25 billion through the COVID, and federally we're talking about a 10 or more times that. So companies do need assistance, but companies need workers, and the workers need to know that Alberta has their back. And their back is, I don't believe, properly supported with the bill before us at 32. So we want to make sure that there are less cumbersome initiatives in place regarding workplace standards, codes, and all those things. And the work that we were doing with Bill 17 and the other work the Labour Minister was engaged in was starting to get us down that road. And, you know, it's been a long time since I've been a member of a union, of course, back in the early 90s. But I benefited, and I know I benefited from the union representation that was there at the City of Calgary. QP Local 38 did a lot of hard lifting in terms of making sure that the workplace I worked in had good benefits, had a safe working environment, and I never felt like I was being taken advantage of by the local representatives or the union leader in the City of Calgary who negotiated on my behalf. I will continue to oppose 32 at different stages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Member for Highwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually really happy to have a chance to stand up on 29-2A and speak to Bill 32. I'd like to commend the Minister of Labour for bringing this bill. You know, I've heard a lot from the other side, criticism towards this Bill 32. Even a comment from the member from Edmonton South saying that this bill or this government is dangerous for working people. And I'd actually contest that the most dangerous thing for working people in Alberta is an NDP government. And I'll tell you why. The Minister of Transportation even spoke to the fact that over there they may have a couple lawyers, and I think they do. What I think is apparent is they don't have any employers. And they have no idea the impacts of what happened when they were in government. And I'll tell you, as they listen to this and they churn on my words right now, recognize the reason I stand here today is because of what the previous government did in their term. My anger because of what happened, their policies, and what I had to do as an employer is why I stand here today. Over a decade I spent building my company. And even through tough times, right up into 2008, hedge fund financial collapse, during those times, we were awarded Fast Growth 50, Profit 100. We built, grew from 3 employees to over 56. But then 2015, an NDP government. In a matter of less than 3 years, devastating impacts to businesses, carbon tax, occupational health and safety changes, and changes to labor standards that put me in a position where I sat across a desk and laid off over 30 employees because I had no choice. It was the choice between saving the company and the employees I could, and to do that, I had to lay off employees. So let's talk about a little bit about the balance that is going to happen when we get Bill 32 through, because that's exactly what's going to happen. What they don't want to talk to over there is certain things like construction. The many different things that have to happen in construction, and even with that, you talk about averaging and banking of hours. I used to have employees that used to come to me. They knew the ebbs and flows of construction. They knew they had to, as many say, make hay when the sun shines. So they used to come to me and they used to say, you know what, I want to work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. I just want to bank my hours. I don't need the overtime. Now, in construction, what maybe the NDP doesn't understand is we're in contracts tied in for multiple years at a time. We do not bid overtime because it's our job as a project manager to make sure they happen on time and we deliver the project and that we make sure we do it without increased costs. So that means keeping overtime down. Now, because of the policies that came in and these averaging, banking of hour changes, I had to say no. Yet I was forced to say no. So what happens? Employees see a decrease in income. Now, maybe there should have been a consideration on that side. Actually, maybe they should have consulted with some business owners. Because in Calgary, I was one of the larger, not the biggest, but one of the larger HVAC companies. And you know what? The funny part is I'm connected to that entire community. Calgary, probably the smallest big city in Canada. You know what's funny? Not one construction company was consulted. Not one. And through this, in a matter of 3 years, I saw the steepest decline and the highest costs in construction and the highest layoffs. The most restrictions that we had to put onto our employers, cutting back their hours, limiting their banking of hours, averaging agreements were out. And you know what the funny part is? I had employees come to me for averaging agreements so they could actually minimize their child care cost. Wow. Couldn't even do that anymore. And this is the reality. So when they stand over there and they talk about that this doesn't bring back balance, this does bring back balance. This brings the balance needed to get our economy and business back working.
Is there anyone else? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to join the debate on Bill 32. Yeah. And, it's a strange thing, Mr. Speaker, to have someone in this chamber who has my same name, my last name. And he just spoke, of course, the member from Highwood. And I just want to say, he has his experience and he's shared it. And, it seems to me that perhaps this is an opportunity for me, too, to share my experience and why I stand in this chamber at this very moment. And that is because for 30 years, I worked serving vulnerable Albertans as a social worker in this province, and I watched year after year Conservative governments cutting public programs to those same people. And it disgusted me, and I worked as hard as I could to have my voice heard. I worked with my professional college, and did the Conservatives ever open the door to the College of Social Workers? Are you kidding? I knocked on the door of government many times. They had no time for us. So this hypocrisy, like they are so open to everybody, is blatantly false. And that they care about vulnerable people also. I mean, this government is now deciding to only help the poorest of the poor. They're pushing it so that only funding is targeted now. We don't actually help all our citizens. We don't support everyone. And I mean, my anger, my cold anger was stoked for so many years before I stepped into this chamber. And believe me, the Conservatives did not open the door, and they did not care. So, I mean, it feels ridiculous, some of the things I hear in this chamber. But back to this current bill, which again is an attack on regular Albertans, working Albertans. We know that unionization in Alberta is, if not the lowest in the whole country. It is one of the lowest jurisdictions. I don't have those stats right with me, but that's what I know for certain. And that certainly all members in the 29th Assembly of this legislature remember when the member for Mill Woods, and at the time the Minister for Labour, would, just to bring everybody's awareness to how long it had been since labour legislation, since employment standards had been updated, she would kind of bring some levity to the House. And so one of the things she would say is, you know, the last time this legislation was updated here in this province of Alberta was when Beetlejuice was in the theaters. You know, do you remember that? I remember that. So even though this bill, and I don't bother to say the name of it, says that they're restoring, you know, balance, they're not restoring balance. Alberta is backwards. Alberta's been backwards for a long time. This was just helping us get up to sort of fairness and justice for workers in this province. And now, with the sweep of this Bill 32, it's being wiped out. And workers are having, hear, hear. They're going, hear, hear. Workers are being, their rights are being worked out, their supports are being worked out, and they're proud of that. That's disgusting. So one of the things we know, too, about unions is that there is the lighthouse effect. And so that not only does their work, does their support for their own workers help the people who are employed and the union that they're part of, it helps other workers who aren't unionized. And it's called a lighthouse effect. So actually, other workers benefit from them. And so societies where there is good union representation have actually more equality. And you know what? That's a good thing. Having a society where you have a robust middle class, that means that people are able to provide for their families, you know, spend in the marketplace, have a good quality of life. So unions help support that, support equality. And that's another thing about Alberta, is that even though we do have tremendous wealth, it is pooled often in the higher percentages, the top percentages of income. And we have the greatest inequality of any province in Canada. So sure, some people are doing great, but many aren't. And that's the thing about unions, is they care about everyone. They're supporting all Albertans to be able to have, you know, the ability to care properly for their families, to be able to work and spend money in the marketplace, have a good quality of life. And you know what else unions do that I'd like the members on the opposite side to know about is really create a lot of gender equality, you know, been champions for women. And there's a report that comes out annually, and it's called The Best and Worst Places for Women to Live in Canada. And if you haven't checked it out, I encourage members to. And it talks about the 25 largest cities, and it ranks them according to several different indicators about what makes it great for women to live in those cities. And guess what? Edmonton and Calgary are like at the bottom. They're some of the worst places in Canada for women to live in. And you know why? There's not a lot of women in leadership, in elected city councils, in heads of public service, or business leadership. You know, women's voices are important, but that's not supported. The availability of affordable and accredited childcare is low in our province. High rates of intimate partner violence, so women aren't safe in Alberta because we have extremely high rates. The disparity in income between men and women is very pronounced in this province. So these are just some of the things that make Calgary and Edmonton some of the worst places in Canada for women to live. And you know who advocates for women to have more equality, more fairness in the society? Unions. Unions do. And this bill is taking away their opportunity to really be efficacious in that way. And of course, it's already been challenged because we do have extremely low unionization rates in this province already. And of course, this is going to make it much worse. So, I mean, that's why I'm in the chamber, Mr. Speaker, is because I care about equality in our province. I care about all people being represented and supported, not just an elite. I don't believe in trickle-down economics, where giving $4.7 billion to corporations, it means it's going to help me. It's not. It's not going to help my neighbors. It's not going to help the vulnerable people I served as a social worker. It's ridiculous. But this government just thinks, oh yeah, we'll give more money away and it's going to make everything great. It doesn't, and it hasn't. However, increasing unionization actually creates a lot of fairness and justice for society, and that's what this bill directly attacks. So I just want to go back because, of course, our government did step up and improve labor legislation and employment standards after many, many, many years of neglect by Conservative governments. The Alberta Relations Board reported for their fiscal year 2017-2018, 104 unions were certified in the workplace in that year. And you know how many in the previous year were? Only 40. And that's because the rules were stacked against working people. But the legislation that we brought in made it more fair, and so it was possible for people to organize and get the fairness and justice they deserved. What were some of the places that did have some increases in unionization? One of them is in the healthcare system. So private long-term care facilities were one group that saw an increase in union certification. And right now, during COVID-19, we know that we have a serious problem with our long-term care system. When we know that 77% of the deaths in Alberta are in these continuing care facilities, we know there's something wrong. And we need to make sure that those workers have the supports they need. And that's in question in this province. And we really need to look into that sector and make sure that seniors are being cared for properly, workers have the supports, the PPE, the proper, can have a full-time job. I mean, that's one of the huge issues in that sector, is that, people are not unionized and they worked at several different places. And of course, that's what created a lot of the outbreak, because those private employers have not given them a full-time job with benefits. And now we see the devastation and what's happened, and that lives have been lost. Seniors' lives have been lost in those facilities because we aren't giving people proper jobs, full-time jobs with benefits. So Bob Barnetson is a professor at Athabasca University, and he's an expert on labor law. And we know that 42% of union certifications votes failed before we changed legislation, so that's a very high percentage. And then afterwards, when the legislation created more fairness and justice, only 7% failed. And when we know, when unions have 65% support of the members, then there's no delayed vote was needed. And so, of course, this helped people organize when they had, the vast majority of the workers wanting to have a union. There was, previously there was a 10-day period leading up to this vote, and that time employers could actively campaign against unionization. And this type of campaign, although it's illegal, was often carried out by employers. Automatic certification is standard in labour legislation across the country and upheld by the Supreme Court of Canada. So that's just also, it's kind of mind-boggling that the UCP isn't considering what has already been established in law, that this is how, the Supreme Court of Canada has ruled on this, and this is, the way it generally is. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the courts after this legislation is passed with this majority government. Timelines for certification by the board in this legislation are extended by 6 months. So that's 6 months. So that allows for, significant, intimidation, interference by employers, so that people are, too afraid, or maybe they'll, move to terminate some of the people who are wanting to get fairness and justice for the workers. So as we know, this legislation, reverses a lot of what we brought in with the Labor Relations Code, Employment Standards Code, weakens protections and bargaining powers of workers, silences the critics of government. It's fascinating, some of the rationale that I hear from the other side of the House regarding, if a UCP member or an ally speaks up that's not quite in lockstep with the messaging of the government, then they just say, oh, we believe in diversity, and we have free speech, and we're very happy to hear all these different voices. And I mean, like when the member from Cypress Medicine Hat wrote the open letter regarding the Fair Deal panel, didn't go far enough, and that Alberta should have its own constitution, and really stoked separatism. The Premier said, oh, that's fine, we are happy to hear about diverse voices. However, when other people speak out, when we speak out, it's like, how dare you speak out? Don't speak out. And guess what they're doing with this legislation? They're telling unions, we don't want you to speak out. You know why? Because their message is about equality, fairness, justice, which is completely different than the UCP message, which is one of elitism and not caring about regular people and supporting all workers. So it's, I don't know, it doesn't make any sense to me. And I must say that each day I sit here and I try to make sense of it, because that's my training. I try to understand the rationale for things. But I really see the hypocrisy. I see that they have a certain view for who they care about and another view for people who they don't. They say they're open to all, but it's not true, Mr. Speaker. It's not true at all. I know that from personal experience. I know that from knocking on the door of government for 30 years and never having it opened. It made me so outraged that I, under much resistance, I wasn't going to do it, decided to run. And I'm glad that I did. And I'm so proud to be part of this caucus and the values that we uphold, and that we care about all Albertans, not just elite Albertans. So this opt-in clause that the government is, I'll stop, please stop.
Standing Order 29-2A is available, and I see that the Premier has risen.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite said that she really depicted Alberta as a kind of dystopia, it's a social nightmare, this province. It's a terrible place, the worst place in Canada for women to live in, the worst place to be a union member. She said that for year after year, she would protest the cuts in social services, and it just was an endless process of cuts. It's exactly what she said, Mr. Speaker, year after year of cuts in social services. Mr. Speaker, that's just classic NDP division and, frankly, dishonesty. I have here, Mr. Speaker, a breakdown of government expenditures in the province of Alberta from 1965 until 2016. And between 1994 and 2016, it's a 22-year run, the budget for social services went up every single year, year after year after year after year, but it's never enough for government union bosses who support the NDP. They can never squeeze enough out of the taxpayer, Mr. Speaker, which is why they call spending increases cuts in the upside-down world of the NDP. During those years, by the way, Mr. Speaker, the social services budget went from $1.7 billion to $5.2 billion over 20 years, from 1.7 to 5.2. That's, what is that? That's a 300% increase, Mr. Speaker. Only in the strange, distorted world of the socialists would a 300% increase, faster than population growth, faster than inflation, only for the NDP would a 300% spending growth be considered a spending cut. That's the kind of propaganda we get from them all the time. She said this is the worst place in Canada for women. Mr. Speaker, then tell me this. Why did hundreds of thousands of women from across Canada and hundreds of thousands of women from across the world choose to become Albertans in the last 4 decades? Why did they choose this place? Because it was a land of opportunity for women and men alike. This province, with the highest labor force participation for women going back at least for 4 decades. That's true, that did go down under the NDP, Mr. Speaker. This province with the highest employment level for women. This province with the highest per capita incomes for women. This province with the greatest economic opportunities for women. And she stood in this place and badmouthed the province that drew women from poverty in many places and the desperation of unemployment to opportunity and the thrill of enterprise here in Alberta. How terribly wrong. That's classic NDP, Mr. Speaker. They really don't like this province. You just heard it. It's the worst place in Canada for women. She just said it, Mr. Speaker. You know, she talks about she laughs, Mr. Speaker. She laughs about all of this, but oh, my goodness, she said that the previous law, the union law in Alberta, stacked the rules against unionization. Why? Because we had a secret ballot vote requirement for union certification. And she just said that the secret ballot vote leads to intimidation. But carding, having the union boss leaning over your shoulder, telling you to sign the card is not intimidation, notwithstanding the evidence of vulnerable new Canadians in Calgary who were coerced into signing a union card against their wishes using classic intimidation tactics. Shame on them for defending that, Mr. Speaker. And you know, only the NDP that says referendums are anti-democratic could believe that secret ballot votes constitute intimidation in the upside-down, through-the-looking-glass, weird world of the NDP. Mr. Speaker, and she referred to the job creation tax cut as giving money away. The only way a tax cut consists of the government giving money away is if all the money belonged to the government in the first place. Don't you see this is like an interpretive key into what the NDP really believes, that every dollar a priori belongs to the state unless they... And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to point out that according to the Leger poll done on March 13th to 16th, 1,500 respondents, 76% of union members in Alberta support this bill.
Honourable members. Order. Is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate for second reading? The honourable member for Edmonton Glenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in this place always and speak to matters of debate. And today I'm here to debate Bill 32, a bill the government's trying to brand
very rosily. I want to start by honoring the fact that there are members in the gallery here tonight, people who are here to watch this debate. The Premier might call them union bosses or union thugs. I see them as the frontline nurses who were elected by their colleagues to stand up for one another and to make sure that they stood up not just for working nurses, but that they stood up for their patients as well. As is evident from, I know that there was advocacy that they did today around wanting to protect all Albertans from COVID-19 and some of the proposals that they had for government. So for the Premier to stand in this place and benign, hardworking people who are democratically elected. The Premier likes to talk about how he likes democracy. He certainly doesn't seem to like democracy when it comes to workers representing their own leaders to be able to stand up and fight for their rights. I have to say I categorically reject the disrespect that this Premier is lobbing in the face of working people and their democratically elected folks who are here to represent them. So thank you for being here tonight. I know it isn't easy for Albertans who want to be in this place and bear witness to bills that are only called late at night. They have to be on the security list ahead of time. They have to be met at the front doors and let in. And of course, these bills are being called in the evening as opposed to in the middle of the day when it's slightly easier. So again, I want to recognize the work that they're doing to be here and bear witness to this attack on the rights of ordinary working people in this province. And this bill attacks unions for sure. It also attacks non-unionized workers in a number of different ways. One example is the piece around extending the time for final payment for wages earned upon termination of employment from what was 3 days to 31 days. And the government itself has said, that this is about $90 per person and that they're going to save about $100 million. So are they really calling for 1 million terminations in the upcoming year, I think it was, that was put out initially in the first press release? That definitely doesn't speak to jobs, economy, and pipelines that the Premier advocated for very vigorously just about 15 months ago. Definitely a different tone that he's setting in this place, and definitely a different tone when it comes to working people. The Premier likes to say that he won't stand with union leaders, he'll stand with union members. Well, what's one of the very first things this Premier and his education minister did when the COVID-19 crisis struck in this province? They laid off over 20,000 education workers. And they went on to say, even some of those were family members. Well, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't make me feel any better. It definitely doesn't make the kids who were counting on those education workers feel any better. There were kids, students, staff, families. Some of those staff members outside today were unionized staff members, and they said to me, why is the Premier attacking our national leader? Why is the Premier attacking an organization I democratically chose to join? Why is the Premier attacking bargaining rights and the ability for all of us to have our voices heard? There is a democratic process that sets who the leadership is. There is a democratic process that determines how dues are invested. And there's a democratic process around whether or not somebody even becomes a member of a union or not, and whether a union has the opportunity to represent that workplace. So why is it that the Premier attests to be such an advocate for democracy when it comes to a referendum where only he can ask the question, only he can determine what day it's asked, and only his certainly one-sided stacked third-party advertisers have the ability to communicate with Albertans about that question that's being asked? So for the Premier to come into this place and talk about how he's a champion for democracy when he is spending his days and now his nights undermining the democratically elected frontline workers who are there to stand up for one another, I think is the height of hypocrisy. And I want to thank my colleague, the member for Riverview, for highlighting that in her remarks that he so clearly failed to absorb. But no honourable member that many of us have, not just in this place, but across the province. And folks who maybe don't know the implications yet of this legislation, if the government does choose to move full speed ahead and ram this through, will certainly know. They will know because it'll impact things like their own pocketbooks and their own bottom lines. So, for example, today, if you work more than 44 hours, you're entitled to overtime. The government doesn't think 44 hours in a week. The government doesn't think that that's a fair requirement. And yes, it's true. There were a number of labor bills that we brought through in the 4 years we were in government most recently that brought us up to, in many areas, the national standard, to put Alberta workers in a similar playing field to other workers across this country. And I don't know why the Premier thinks that Alberta workers should have less rights, or Alberta workers should have less opportunities to exercise vacation pay, sick pay, overtime pay. Some of these very simple philosophies that I think many of us have fought for many years. And it's because of the labor movement that we have so many entitlements now in society. Here in Alberta, but also across the country and in many other areas of the world. And to say that this piece of legislation is about balance, I think, is incredibly generous, to say the very least. This is in no regards about that. There's such an omnibus bill that there's 6 pieces of legislation that are being amended. So Employment Standards Code, Labor Relations Code, Police Officers Collective Bargaining Act, Public Education Collective Bargaining Act, Post-Secondary Learning Act, Public Service Employee Relations Act. Like, were these pieces all front and center in the UCP platform? Were they saying that they were going to be amending this many pieces of legislation or in such aggressive ways? Well, I'll tell you, when overtime was brought into question, they said, no, we won't be touching that. Front and center in this piece of legislation. When we talked about things like sick pay, no, we're not going to be touching that. And even so recently as, I'm going to say a month ago, time in COVID moves at a slightly different pace, but it feels like it was about a month ago when we asked in this place about the Premier's speculation that we were hearing from a number of folks that the Premier was going to be rolling back the minimum wage. He said, no, of course not. Look at our platform. We said that we would respect the $15 an hour minimum wage. But here we go, opening the door to lower minimum wages for people with disabilities, restaurant workers, categories of exemption to be able to have multiple different minimum wages. Well, minimum, when I was training as a math teacher, was the base. The minimum was the base, and there were times where you talk about the minimum, but then there would be opportunities for differentiation above that minimum, of course. But to say that we're going to have one minimum wage and then there will be a lower minimum wage for another class of worker, I think is so disrespectful to the people who took the Premier at his word when they voted for him, when he said that he wasn't going to mess with their rights, he wasn't going to mess with their health care, he wasn't going to mess with their education. And of course, he's done all of the above. So to Albertans who have children who are 13 and 14 years old, expanding the types of work that they're going to be doing under this legislation. And then what's the response that we hear from the government? Well, it's up to parents to make sure that kids only engage in work that they feel is safe. Well, isn't that a lovely idea, to come from a place where every parent and every child would have the ability to make that choice and feel a sense of agency? But let me tell you, there are many, many families and many, many workers, regardless of age, who don't have a sense of equality in the workplace between themselves and their employer. And perhaps no greater than for workers who have disabilities or workers who are young teenagers trying to build their resume, trying to develop good reputation for themselves. And there's an opportunity here for them to be doing work that was deemed unsafe under previous legislation. So to say that this is about balance, I think is a very far stretch from reality, Mr. Speaker. Another thing I want to touch on is the very real realities around population growth and inflation, but also around inequities and poverty. And there was a time when the Premier picks specific dates that he wants to go back to. So starting from right after the very deep cuts of the 90s, that's one of the timelines he likes to look at, right after the deepest depths of those cuts, looking forward. So how you choose your timeline, again, as a math teacher, if you're charting something on a graph, picking the start and the stop point is political in itself, and that certainly is something the Premier likes to do in this place. So he's picking a specific point in time. He's referencing a time where ordinary Albertans faced a significant hardship in terms of losing income. Many of those were unionized workers. I'll tell you that I still talk to teachers this day, and I remember my own parents saying how hard it was to accept the 5% rollback when they were teachers. That impacted our entire family income, of course, because both of them were teachers. But they did that because the government of the day promised them that that would save them work conditions, and it would also save positions for more junior members of their staff, of their union, of their association that they chose democratically to be a part of. So they felt like they were really backed into this corner, and they had to do it because if they didn't, it was their fault that their colleagues would be losing their jobs. But what happened, Mr. Speaker, is they were forced into this 5% rollback. Their pension was put in jeopardy with unfunded liability, and their colleagues also lost their jobs. So for the Premier to choose that point in time as this great portion where if we would have just maintained things at that level of a huge inequalities in society, that things would be great, I think is unfair to the realities that are history. And to the member of Highwood, I appreciated him telling us a little bit about his journey and how he was inspired to get here. For myself, it was a lot of living through those cuts as a student, having two parents as teachers who said, don't become a teacher. We love the profession, we love the act of teaching, but when it comes to actually having to engage in this province with an employer who sees us in such a negative light, they incredibly discouraged me from pursuing that. But of course, I was stubborn and pursued it anyway, but I also heeded their advice, and that's why I'm here fighting for ordinary Albertans and their right to have their voices collectively heard. Another piece I want to touch in is the opt-in piece, that if you're a member of a union, that you should agree to have your money used to fight for certain initiatives that your democratically elected union, with your budget that was passed democratically, agrees that you should have the individual right to opt out of different types of advocacy. And I want to say the Premier is proposing that for unions. If he believed that so truly, he should propose it for other areas of society. Because I can tell you, when I go to a restaurant that is advocating for a lower minimum wage, I would love to be able to opt out of the portion of my restaurant bill that they're going to be spending to fight for people to have a lower wage. He's laughing. But I don't think it's fair for him to say, because I'm making the choice to go to the restaurant, I'm assuming that's what he's going to say, right? He's going to say, you chose to go to that restaurant. You should know that they're going to spend their profit margins as they please. That includes fighting for a lower minimum wage for their workers. Well, Mr. Speaker, people have the ability to join unions or not join unions, to apply to work at places that are unionized or not, and to also, if they don't like the union, they have the ability to try to organize and no longer stay part of that union. So for him to say, it is true. So for the Premier to laugh at me when I make these remarks about the imbalance and the unfairness that is intrinsically in place through this bill that he brings before us today, and then to slough off the concerns of democratic membership and democratic engagement, I think is incredibly disrespectful. But again, I want to highlight the fact that he runs these ads saying that he stands with working people, but what's his track record? His track record is before the downfall before the implications to COVID-19, he'd already lost more than 50,000 full-time jobs with what was supposed to be his glorious plan, which was giving away tons of revenue in this province that could be directed towards important social services that help create greater equality in our society. So at the time he implemented that on Canada Day, the first year he was in government, was down 50,000 full-time jobs by the time COVID hit, and we know that there were hundreds of thousands of more jobs since then. So, Mr. Speaker, to say I'm going to fast-track that, we're going to double down, we're going to give this money away to corporations even more quickly than we already have, doesn't reflect the fact that the Premier is looking at evidence to make his decisions. He's clearly looking at an ideology. He clearly has strong opinions about workers' abilities to work collectively and fighting for their rights and for one another and for all of us. It's not just about fighting for individuals who are in these individual unions. It's about fighting for all of us to have a better life and a more just society. So I also want to say that I've got some friends who are labor lawyers, and to one, I said, why did you choose labor law? Some of the friends I know who are labor lawyers, they chose it because they had parents who were active in labor, or they had a parent who was a labor lawyer, and one of my colleagues said, it's because unions fight for human rights, because individuals don't collectively have the ability to fight for human rights to the same capacity as collective organizations do to fight for human rights. So I think that this bill is an affront to human rights, and I think it's an affront to our democracy. And for that, I am deeply troubled and concerned by that it's being considered here tonight.
The Honourable, the Premier has risen.
The member opposite accused me of cherry-picking data in rebuttal to an NDP member who claimed that she had lived through year after year after year of cuts in social services, quote unquote. I presented the data. It's all there. I invite the member to look at it. I'd be happy to table it. But from 1965, $46 million in social services, 1975, $251 million, 1985, $1.156 million, 1995, $1.456 million, 2005, $2.7 billion, 2015, $4.7 billion. You can slice or dice it any way you want. It doesn't matter. Spending on social services, spending on government generally in Alberta has grown year after year, with really one exception, 1993-94, faster than inflation, faster than population growth, at a higher per capita level than the rest of the country, and yet, the entire premise of the Alberta NDP is that this is some sort of dystopian society. Odd that the population has doubled through migration, the people who chose to come here. And she gave us the old NDP saw about the terrible dystopian society of the Ralph Klein's Alberta. I will remind her, Mr. Speaker, that Ralph Klein and his government were elected with a mandate to balance the budget by reducing spending, and then they were re-elected with a larger majority, and re-elected with a yet larger majority, and re-elected yet again, Mr. Speaker, because Albertans supported that program. Now, the point I really want to get to, and I didn't have a chance in my last intervention. They claim to speak for union members, but Mr. Speaker, Leger, one of the most reputed polling firms in the country, March 13th through 16th, did a national poll with 1,536 live caller respondents, a high-quality survey, which, by the way, the results of which on labor law are very similar to every public domain survey I have seen on these questions embedded in Bill 32. Do you support mandatory disclosure of detailed financial statements by unions? General population, 73%. Union members, 76% support that, Mr. Speaker. That's 3/4 of union members support that provision of this bill, which is opposed by the NDP. Should unions be able to use union dues to finance political advertisements and other political activities? 15% of the general population 18% of the general population agree, 15% of union members. 72% of Alberta union members disagree that unions should be able to use union dues to finance political ads and other activities. Bill 32 gives that 72% the power to have their say. You see, Mr. Speaker, they're not really democratic. That's why they're opposed to the secret ballot vote for union certification. Mr. Speaker, do you support allowing unions to block public buildings? Because there are some provisions here that common sense provisions with respect to picketing. 70% of union members oppose unions being able to block buildings. Mr. Speaker, the key provisions of this bill are not supported by a mere majority of union members in Alberta, but by supermajorities of union members in Alberta, including those who vote for the NDP. Maybe it's time that the NDP, instead of listening to the bosses, to their friend Gil McGowan, who yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the president of the Alberta Federation of Labour, who sits on the governing board of the NDP, trivialized the Holocaust of the Jewish people. And characterized this bill, which this government ran on, has a democratic mandate to implement and is supported by a supermajority of union members. He characterized it as a Nazi-like provision. Wow. Mr. Speaker, in a comment that was condemned by the Jewish Federation of Edmonton, by B'nai B'rith Canada, by the Simon Wiesenthal Centre for Holocaust Studies, but has not yet been condemned by that member from Edmonton, Glenora, or the NDP. Now, maybe I understand why, because she characterized conservatives as sewer rats. So maybe, Mr. Speaker, she doesn't have a problem with characterizing their opponents as vermin, or in this case, as Nazis. That, Mr. Speaker, the loony left has taken over there. And when it comes to referendums, by the way, Mr. Speaker, newsflash, we're also going to bring in citizen-initiated referendums, and watch out, because Albertans are going to be able to write their own referendums in the future.
Honourable members, that concludes the time allotted for 29-2A. Is there anyone else that's wishing to join in the debate this evening? The honourable member for, I'm sorry, is the honourable member for Brooks Medicine Hat rising, or the honourable member for Calgary Mountain View then?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to speak on this bill. I think in advance of commencing my previously planned comments, I think it's worth commenting on some of what was just said, because I think it's worth pointing out that if we're complaining about people failing to condemn things, the UCP appointed to the committee that selects judges a man who made anti-Semitic comments, a man who made racist comments, a man who made sexist comments, and they have condemned none of those things. In fact, they have stood repeatedly in this place, they have defended them, and they have stated that those views make Alberta stronger. So I think if we're gonna start with talking about condemning things, we ought to start by condemning those comments. I think, Mr. Speaker, that it's also worth noting that when we're talking about the change in spending between 1965 and 2015, that there's a significant population growth in that time. There's also inflation. I just love when the members opposite try to pretend that either it's supposed to expand with population growth or inflation. Those things are multiplicative. They work together. The inflation is multiplied by the population growth, and in fact, that renders their numbers completely pointless. So I think it's just worth making those comments. You know, they always take these numbers and place them out of context, and I think it's very unfair to Albertans to suggest that those are the correct numbers, Madam Speaker. So I think the other thing that we need to recognize exists is that legislation acts on people. It acts on people who exist in a system out there in this province. And those people exist in reality, and in reality, power dynamics exist. So this suggestion that a 16-year-old applying for their first job is somehow in equal negotiating power to the large corporation that they are applying to get that job from is absurd. This suggestion that you know, a worker who's maybe new to the country, maybe very young, perhaps applying for their very first job, has the same power to negotiate these averaging agreements that their employer does is just, I mean, it's just ridiculous. It simply isn't the case. And so when they're saying that, okay, now the employer can impose these arrangements on people, and if people don't like it, well, then they'll just work it out. I mean, that just isn't the case. It's not, and in fact, it's recognized in law that power disparity exists. It's got such a strong evidentiary basis that there actually is a legal principle that goes along with the fact that an employee does not have the same negotiating bargaining power as their employer has. And so the suggestion that they'll just work this out, that they all have equal power, that this somehow makes the world more equal is just false. It's just a false suggestion. This will give more power to the employer who already has more power. And the idea that these averaging agreements can now take place over the course of 52 weeks, well, that has an impact. It has an impact on real people. Now, I understand there are some jobs in which these are necessary, which is why we allowed for them still to occur in those jobs in which they were necessary. But shifting this balance so that any old employer can jump up and impose one of these things is incredibly challenging. And the suggestion of the members opposite that somehow doesn't fall disproportionately on women, that somehow the sudden imposition of an employer of a 60-hour work week doesn't disproportionately burden a woman who is often primarily responsible for the child care, I think is just wrong. It's just not possible. I mean, if my employer came to me and suddenly, I mean, I probably do work that many hours, but it's challenging. It's challenging to adapt because, again, women are often responsible for the child care. So when your employer comes to you and suddenly imposes a new arrangement on you, you know, that's women potentially having to leave the workforce. So this is an issue of workers' rights. It is an issue of human rights. And it absolutely is relevant to the debate on this bill. And for the members opposite to say that it isn't is just false. Madam Speaker, I think it's also worth addressing some of the comments that were made earlier. The suggestion, for instance, that the lawyers in our caucus ought to explain to the other members that it's not possible for a government to take away a right. Well, that's just false. I think a look to history will indicate that that is just false. It is, in fact, possible for governments to do that. Now, arguably, if you're defining right as something that's in force in society, it isn't potentially possible. But I think the argument has been made clearly and eloquently by a number of my colleagues that they think that this potentially is a violation of people's rights. And that it is vulnerable to attack on that basis. So I think those are things worth noting. I think one of the things that I wanted to talk about this bill is, so first of all, unions already disclose their financials. They disclose their financials to their membership because those financials are relevant to the membership, i.e. the people paying for it. They are not relevant to the rest of the general population. And I think it's worth noting that when we talk about where the fees are going, so when they say, and I'm quoting here from the legislation, the amount or percentage of union dues, assessments, or inflation or initiation fees that relate to political activities and other causes, including general social causes or issues, charities or non-governmental organizations or groups affiliated with or supportive of a political party, any activities prescribed by regulation. So let us start with any activities prescribed by regulation. That basically means that Cabinet can make up new rules at its whim. So when you're talking about saying that members don't have to pay these types of dues, and certainly the government is trying to characterize this specifically as political advertising. Well, that's not what this list says, this list that's here in black and white in the legislation. What this list says is any activities prescribed by regulation. That basically means anything that Cabinet decides to list. General social causes or issues. Look, unions have, for years and years, advanced the cause of rights of women. They have advanced the causes of rights of disabled people. They have advanced the causes of rights of minorities. Those general social causes or issues are a big deal. They are things that we all benefit from now in society, that unions took forward, that unions fought for. The member from Edmonton, Glenora, referenced friends of hers who went into labor law and asking them, and asking them why they went into it. And I was going to say, I don't know if she was talking about me when she said because unions advance the cause of human rights, but that was my reason for going into that type of law, because a number of the major cases in human rights have been pursued by unions because they can take the collective funds of their members and pursue those causes because they have the ability to pay to litigate those things through. It takes an enormous amount of time and an enormous amount of effort to pursue something like that. And often in cases where you're not just enforcing the law as it stands right now, but you're suggesting to the court that a law which is written should include new things, which is something that lawyers argue all the time. It requires a lot of experts and data and analysis, and so it often requires resources that individuals don't have access to on their own. And so those individuals being able to come together and pursue the common good, a group of women being able to come together and pursue the common good to advance their own rights is incredibly important. There are a number of things that unions have fought for. They fought for the 40-hour work week. They fought for things like maternity leave and paid sick leave. And these things are things which we all enjoy, which in my view enrich society. I don't think that maternity leave only benefits the woman who gets the leave. I think it benefits the broader society and her potential ability to care for that child. I think the fact that parental leave is now included, that men are included, I think that that is beneficial to society. I think that it is beneficial for people to see both parents being involved. I think it is beneficial for children to get to spend time with both of their parents. I think those rights that unions have fought long and hard for benefit us all. So obviously the place that the government is hanging their hat here. So 2 also refers to charities and non-governmental organizations. So a lot of unions do donate to charities, and sometimes to specific charities that they have set up, or specific trust funds. Some of them provide scholarships to the children of their members. Some of them are involved in specific advocacy work or in helping out with specific causes that are important to the members of that particular union. I think all of these are very good things. And so I think to characterize them as only sort of partisan political activity is just flatly wrong. So I think the suggestion here, again, that all of the things on this list are things that people are not in favor of, I don't think that that's correct. And I think that there is a democratic process in place now. There's a democratic process by which members select the unions in which they are involved. So to suggest that there was no democracy in advance of this bill is just, I think it's just flatly wrong. I think we can fight back and forth forever on the sides of the House about who is more in support of democracy and who isn't. I think history will ultimately be our judge here, and I'm pretty proud of my record. I will absolutely take that judge any day of the week. But I think that what the members on the other side are saying about this bill is an attempt to leave people with a misunderstanding of what the bill actually does. Because this bill actually does have an impact on working people out there. It impacts their ability to negotiate with their employers. It allows their employers to impose upon them changes in the hours of work per day and per week. And that is a big thing. It's a big thing for a lot of people, and as someone with a small child and childcare to worry about, I have to tell you, it's a big thing, I think, in particular for a lot of women and a lot of young women with children, young women who are struggling right now to participate in the labor force because of the pandemic we are experiencing, and because it has highlighted for us the incredible importance of having access to that childcare. But the idea that your employer can just suddenly change your hours of work, I think is very, very troubling. I think, too, the idea that we want to take away or minimize the ability of unions to pursue causes other than just the wages of their members, that's troubling to me. It's troubling to me because I think that one of the things that unions are most effective advocating on is the safety of their members. And tied up in this provision is their ability to have broader campaigns about the safety of their members, to have broader campaigns about potentially the health of their members. I certainly know that unions have fought to have certain occupational diseases recognized as automatically or presumptively coming from employment, certain types of cancers, for instance, with firefighters and with other types of cancers with other employees, and that ability to advocate for their members on that general level is incredibly important. The movements forward that we've had in terms of health and safety of workers.
Well, members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to respond in regards to the honourable member's speech, which I was interested in listening to. I'd like to quickly ask some questions in regards to her opening comments. She opened up with what has become a traditional NDP tactic inside this chamber, and certainly an NDP campaign tactic of attacking people, fearing or causing fear or smearing other people, including honourable members of this chamber. Madam Speaker, where she accused government members of supporting racism and other horrible things. Madam Speaker, saying that those members spoke in favor of them, and including the Honourable the Premier, who, Madam Speaker, has a motion on the floor of this Assembly right now, seriously condemning racism, calling for every member of this House to be able to support him on that important motion. It starts off with, be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly condemns racism and all form of bigotry and hatred, and then goes on in great detail. Condemns racism, Madam Speaker. The Premier, when he brought forward that motion to the Assembly, gave an incredible speech when it came to this issue. I do encourage members who may not have heard that full speech to take the opportunity to listen to that speech. But the point is, this is where the NDP goes on all debate. This is how they end up in a spot where, in a campaign, they called the Minister of Municipal Affairs, who is a black Canadian, a white supremacist. This is how they end up calling Conservatives sewer rats and referring to them as rodents. And the reason that member raised this in her comments was in response to the Premier's speech, when he points out the fact that the NDP, and that member now, and other members who have spoken today, have not condemned one of their board members, one of their union bosses that runs their party, Gil McGowan, who compared people in this chamber in a bill to Nazi Germany. And as the Premier said very articulately just earlier, that has been condemned by Jewish organizations across the country for belittling the Holocaust. This approach by the NDP is shameful. That member should condemn Gil McGowan's comments. They still haven't condemned his comments either, where he calls Christian parents or religious parents who want to choose where their children can go to schools nut jobs. Not bars, I apologize. The hatred that comes from this movement, Madam Speaker, is horrible. Again, when you can call a black Canadian a white supremacist who's running in an election, it just shows that we have reached a level of absolute ridiculousness from the NDP. They still have not condemned it. They still haven't condemned their colleague, the member from Edmonton Gold Bar, who celebrated the death of one of the greatest female leaders of the last century, if not ever. And then actually had the nerve in this chamber to say that she wished that she died 30 years earlier. That's the level of debate that you now see from the NDP, Madam Speaker. It's shameful, it's shocking. It is why they've been fired, because that approach does not work. It will not work. Albertans will continue to reject the politics of hate. And you continue to see it inside this chamber, Madam Speaker, and this side of the House will call them out every time. I want you to know this. I don't think the NDP are racist. I don't think the NDP who are in this chamber are bad people. I would not come to work and call another honourable member of this chamber a racist.
A sewer rat?
I would not call them a sewer rat. I disagree with them on many issues. In fact, probably most policy issues. I represent my constituents. Most of my constituents, they don't know what the NDP is, but they certainly would not expect me to come here. They haven't heard much. The NDP ran somebody against me last election who was from Calgary, did not know where Sundre or Rocky or Rimbey or anywhere in between was. But we don't hate them. And my constituents would not want me to come here and call them names and to make things up and to compare them to Nazi Germany and belittle the Holocaust inside this chamber. And the NDP should stop, just pause, and get back to actually working on legislation. They got some points they want to bring up. We're interested in hearing them. The Premier is here actively debating on this legislation. But if they want to continue to practice the politics of hate, I assure you the Alberta government will call out hate. We'll call out hate everywhere we see it. We'll condemn hate, and even when it's coming from the official opposition. So let's get back to work. Drop the hate. Drop the politics of fear. I know you're angry that Albertans fired you, but let's get to work. Let's make some good legislation. It's 10 o'clock at night.
On Bill 32 in second reading, I see the Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and speak to Bill 32 on second reading, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplace Act 2020. And that was quite a rousing speech. And just to comment a little bit on some of the things that the member said, you know, a lot of my constituents know exactly who the UCP are as well, and they're becoming far more familiar. So I think that goes both ways. But I think you are correct that I think that, you know, we need to move past all of this sort of division. And I think to expect, I mean, consistently, members will stand up and want us to apologize for things that other people have said, certainly not people that have been elected to this place. And that's not our job. We get asked to apologize for a lot of things that people say. I'm not going to apologize for somebody who chose to say something. That is not my business. That is not my problem. I think we've addressed the member that made an inappropriate comment about a woman politician who is no longer with us. He did apologize immediately, and I'm glad he did, because it wasn't appropriate. And I think that we can all get better, all of us. So let's move on and talk about Bill 23. And, you know, I think I've said this before about a number of the titles of different, 32. Thank you. And I said a number of times that some of the titles of the bills are really interesting. I really certainly wish they would reflect the reality of what's being done in this particular bill that is huge, that touches on a number of different pieces or number of different areas, but it is what it is. And for the members opposite to continue to say, someone mentioned that there was advertising that said similar things. I've not seen that, but that continue to say that we support the workers. It's the union bosses or whatever else they're saying, but we support the workers. I'm sorry. Have y'all read your legislation? This does not support the workers. In fact, it is the opposite. And I'm not going to focus on the technicalities of some of the legislation that goes into issues related to unions, because that's not an area that I'm very familiar with. But I am very familiar with a number of other areas that I would like to touch on. So one of those areas in particular, I think it was in 2016 that I know at the time the Minister for Municipal Affairs was actually the member for, what's his bills again? Beverly Clairview. He was actually at the time the Minister of Municipal Affairs. And so one of the things I undertook was a regulation that I really thought needed to be changed that was really outdated. I mean, I didn't even know at that point if it was used very much. But one of the things I really wanted to get done, at first I thought it needed to be done in legislation, but then learned, Madam Speaker, that it actually was regulation. So it was fairly easy for something like that to be taken care of away from this place and nobody would know. So that was the ability for the minister, essentially, to provide employers with exemptions, certain exemptions. There are a number of exemptions that are available, but the one I'm referring to is a minimum wage exemption for people with disabilities. Now, as you know, I think our country, our province, certainly we have a sad history of we used to call it employment or training, where we would have these huge sites with lots of people with disabilities doing really rote, often meaningless work that really was just a time filler. And they used to get paid, and they would do contracts like, let's say for the airlines, cleaning headphones or replacing pieces in the headphones or repackaging, these big contracts like that. And there's a number of companies locally that do still some of that contract work. And so very frequently, these minimum wage exemptions would be granted for these large contracts. And so the folks that would spend whatever hours a day, 5 days a week, whatever, doing these jobs, sometimes for years, would get like just pitiful wages, like a couple dollars. And they would get away with it by calling it a training wage. Now, a training wage that could last, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years. But that was in place. Now, we've evolved quite a bit. We've come a long way, thank goodness, that we recognize the contribution of people with disabilities in the workforce because they're huge. They're so diverse, they're as diverse as the disability themselves, where from one end of the spectrum we have people with developmental disabilities that are doing all kinds of really great things. I know that the UCP the government has decided to continue to invest in Inclusion Alberta's Rotary project, which is great, another really great example of connecting employers to employees with disabilities. They've done things like that. So we have come a long way. Not nearly far enough, because we know, Madam Speaker, that people with developmental disabilities are employed. I don't have the exact number. I believe at least more than 50% of them, I would guess it's probably closer to 75, but I don't have that information right here, are unemployed. A vast majority of those people that are employed are underemployed. So what that could mean is they've been stuck at minimum wage forever, or they don't have the hours, the number of hours that they would like. They don't have any opportunity for advancement or, just learning new skills on the job. That is the reality. But we've come a long way. So in 2016, going back to my story, we actually got that changed, where for once, after decades and decades and decades, there was finally a commitment by government to say, it doesn't matter how many exemptions were ever applied for and how many were granted, this is not okay, ever, that we pay somebody with a disability less than minimum wage. And what this bill does is now introduces the ability for government to change that. Now, it's a little bit, I wouldn't say it's not sneaky, because it's the way government operates. It's not in the legislation, but they have given themselves the ability to make that change behind closed doors, once again, through the regulations. But if you ask them, they'll say, no, we support the worker. This is about the big bosses. We support the worker. Why would you do something like this? That is ridiculous. And then I think back to the other member likes to talk about what it was like during the election, and it was so heated. I remember lots of things that went on during the election as well. I remember a news article, and I don't remember the day of the reporting, but it was at an event, a lobbyist event of some kind. I believe it was Restaurants Canada. And the premier, our now premier, then premier wannabe at the time, was there, and he was being lobbied that servers should be paid less than minimum wage, that youth should be paid less than minimum wage, and people with disabilities should be paid less than minimum wage. And I think he contributed to that discussion by saying, we've all heard this phrase, that they were, sometimes people of modest human capital. He can explain it away and tell me it's whatever economic term, if that's what you'd like to use. But you're talking about a human being, Madam Speaker. There is no human being that is modest human capital, so that's insulting. But where I'm going with this is you can see the direct correlation between a lobbyist group asking a potential leader, or who eventually will become the premier, for some things. And then they happen. They happen through this piece of legislation. So that is one of the things. There are a number of other things, and if you just go to Restaurant Canada's website, and they actually do some great work. You can look through their advocacy page. They actually do some really great work right across the country in different areas. In Alberta, I think it was July 9th, or 6, they actually had a bit of a press release. Imagine that. The press release with Restaurants Canada looked an awful lot like what the government put out. So I'm guessing, there's some contact, there's some support. And the reason I'm going to this is, like, the government likes to stand up and say, just berate unionized workers, labor, organized labor, when in fact organizations like this, have you looked at their advocacy budget? Have you looked at their political lobbying and advertising budget? I mean, it doesn't make sense. So it's okay for one group, but it's not okay for another group to organize together and to aim to change things. Now, I don't disagree with everything that Restaurant Canada decided to advocate for. They did some great stuff, and they're still doing some great stuff. What I have a problem with is when you're okay with one organization doing it and you're not okay with another. And I'm also not okay with lobbyists being able to influence legislation and the state of the way that Alberta operates. And who gets the short end of the stick, as always, is the individual Albertans who are the workers. And in this case, all of this was about workers with disabilities. So I think it would be very easy to, let's say, accept an amendment of some kind that we will make at some point, I'm hoping, that we will make very clear that there will never be a minimum wage exemption for any worker in this province that has any kind of a disability. So we'll see. Hopefully that opportunity will present itself, and maybe the UCP, or I'm sorry, the government, will decide that, no, we're going to make this commitment loud and clear. We're not just going to read our speaking notes and say, no, fear and smear, don't worry about it. We'll never do that. Not good enough. Okay, so we're going to move on a little bit to some other issues that I'd like to talk about. Some of the other things that changed in this piece of legislation that, just fly in the face of the name of the bill, I mean, restoring balance in Alberta workplaces. I mean, let's say even if somebody is terminated, just one little tiny example. How is this restoring balance? So I'm sure that there are a number of people here in this chamber that in their previous work life were employers, and employed people could be a few people, could be hundreds of people. I've had the opportunity to employ hundreds of people in my time as a worker. And I have seen a lot of cases where people that are terminated for whatever reason become actually you can imagine the loss. You can imagine the stress on the family. You can imagine all these things. So to do a simple thing like to remove the ability for the worker, I'm not talking about the employer, but for the worker to be paid for the work that they've already completed in a timely fashion, which in this case was 3 days. Now that will change to over 30 days. Now, I've heard the government, share some numbers that I'm not quite sure where that comes from or where that math comes from, but I would suggest that most employers, and I'm not talking about micro businesses or small businesses, very small businesses, that would probably be a little different, but I would suggest that most medium and large businesses use payroll companies. That's how it works. You buy the packages, you upgrade, it's got the human resource software, it does the payroll, it does all of that. And to issue a check or to issue a record of employment or whatever it is that you need to do doesn't take very long, and it certainly is not very expensive. Actually, in most cases, it's part of your contract. So I'd really like the government to clarify if they're going to claim that this little simple act is actually going to benefit all Albertans, not just employers, but all Albertans, and will benefit the employee in the long run. I would like to see that math. Show your work. So if this little move about paying out employees is in fact going to save Albertans money, just show it, because it doesn't really make a lot of sense. And so I would most appreciate that. That is one thing. One of the other pieces that I was looking at, and again, and I'm talking about, this does not restore any kind of balance for Alberta workers at all. I mean, it just doesn't. Changing, giving employers the ability to make the kind of changes that are described in this particular legislation, like allowing employers to choose the lowest amount payable for holiday pay. I mean, just all of these things are not aimed at making life better for Albertans. Now, these are Albertans. It doesn't matter if they belong to a union, public sector union. It doesn't matter. They're Albertans. They're Albertans who work in this province. They deserve our respect, not just during a global health emergency. They deserve our respect all the time. And this piece of legislation, I mean, really does none of that. And I probably don't have much time, but I want to give an example of the difference. And I don't know much about unions. I have certainly learned more through my time here with the legislation, and I have met people that have been involved in unions that have explained a lot of things. But recently I've come to know a few. And that's because the government is choosing to give 90-day notice to a little piece of disability services that are provided by public sector workers. I worked in the nonprofit side. I know the difference. I know the difference in funding. I know the difference in the lack of support. I know the difference in the oversight. I know the difference in the availability of training. And I know the difference in the wraparound services. So they want to eliminate public sector workers providing very complex care because it's expensive. Now, keep in mind, the entire pie is probably over $1 billion. We're talking about $42 million. So they're looking to make this change, and I'm guessing the estimate that I've seen at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, will save about $2.5 million. When really, you look at the benefit. As I've said in this place, these are some of the most profoundly disabled, medically fragile people in this province. The services are delivered, a little piece of them by public sector workers who are paid more, who are actually paid what every worker should get.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I did want to address some of the things that we've heard tonight about this bill, an act to restore balance in Alberta's workplaces. And I know that many of the members who've stood up on that side of the House want to talk a lot about social services, human services, and the supports that go to those who are the most vulnerable in our province. And I do want to talk a little bit about the labor legislation that they introduced and the impact that it had on many of these services. So first, let's start by talking about who they didn't speak to when they introduced their legislation. Because one of those key groups would be nonprofits, or community organizations who support many of the most vulnerable people in our province each and every day. Many of those are community-based organizations who work with the Ministry of Children's Services, also with the Ministry of Community and Social Services. And between the labor changes made by the former government and the increase in minimum wage during a recession, it cost them tens of millions of dollars. 81 million, I believe, in fact, was the number provided to me by a group of nonprofits who I met with early on in our mandate. Specifically, they said they wished then that the NDP Labour Minister would have consulted with Children's Services, her colleague, the Minister of Children's Services at that time, but that didn't happen, Madam Speaker, because if they did, they would have heard what we did. They had no notice, and the tens of millions of dollars thrust upon these nonprofits, again, providing services to the most vulnerable people in our province, were not funded by members of the NDP. The Premier just pointed out the 300% increase in spending in social services since 1965, or since 1992, sorry. I'll correct the record there, under Conservative governments. I also want to say, of course, that was faster than inflation and population growth. What wasn't funded, though, under the members opposite, Madam Speaker, was this tens of millions of costs, 81 million in costs, that their labor changes thrust upon these nonprofits. In addition, as I've said a number of times in this House, leaving child intervention significantly underfunded. Madam Speaker, we funded that. We funded that. And we've addressed that growth in our budgets in children's services in the last two budgets put forward by our government. So they didn't listen to ranchers, they didn't listen to farmers, they didn't listen to agriculture workers, Madam Speaker, they didn't listen to construction workers, Madam Speaker, they certainly didn't listen to our energy sector workers, they didn't listen to nonprofits. Not them either, not at all, Madam Speaker. They don't listen to anybody, not everyday working Albertans, just the union bosses, not the job creators, not the small businesses, not the entrepreneurs, just the union bosses. Because unions, as they've said, care about all people. Unless, of course, Madam Speaker, you're a Jewish person or a person of faith, then you're a nut bar, right? As their union boss, an NDP board member, has identified, and we've heard tonight in this House. Now, if union workers, Madam Speaker, don't want to support their union boss, Gil McGowan, if they don't want to support those campaigns, or they don't want to support campaigns against the very industries that they are employed in, Madam Speaker, then they should have a choice not to fund those types of activities that threaten their very livelihood, Madam Speakers. They should not have to fund anti-oil and gas, anti-pipeline campaigns if they don't want to, Madam Speaker. They should have a choice for their hard-working dollars, where those dollars go, and whether they support those campaigns. They deserve to know how, where, and how much of their money is being spent. Transparency is something that workers in this province deserve. Now, the member from Edmonton-Glenora also wanted to talk about 50,000 jobs. You know what, Madam Speaker, the pandemic has had a very real and significant impact on our economy. This is not only the biggest health crisis we've seen in a century, but also the biggest economic crisis that we've seen in the same amount of time. What they choose to forget, though, is 180,000 jobs lost when they, in 4 years, 4 short years, drove investment and jobs out of Alberta. That is why we need balance, Madam Speaker. They also want to talk about wanting more women in leadership, in council, in elected positions. Well, maybe they should check their behavior, Madam Speaker. The division, the vitriol, the anger, the politics of fear, the choice that many members make to focus on attacks on integrity, intelligence, and intentions, not policy, not facts, not issues. Albertans expect us to debate with respect. I challenge them to set a better example, and perhaps we can get more women to run. They say this isn't a province for women. I'm a woman who chose to live in Alberta because of jobs, because of opportunity, because of a brighter future for my family.
Hear, hear.
Thank you.
Members, I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre rising to speak on Bill 33 in second reading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise tonight and speak to Bill 32. Bill which makes amendments to 6 pieces of legislation having to do with labor and employment standards in the province of Alberta. I would just note, following on the last speaker, making claims, any member of this government, making claims about supporting transparency, given their behavior over the last few weeks in regards to things like the fiscal update, which the minister has delayed until the end of August, passed legislation to do so, claiming that that was because that was what the Auditor General asked him to do. We know there's been much information to the contrary put on the record about that. That's not transparency, Madam Speaker, and to claim that this government in any way is rising to a higher level of transparency than labor unions in this province is frankly laughable, Madam Speaker. Indeed, I haven't seen any labor unions going about changing their bylaws to try to hide information from their members, as we have seen this government doing with Albertans. So let's put that to rest. Speaking of the legislation in front of us, we have here a bill that amends 6 pieces of legislation: the Employment Standards Code, the Labor Relations Code, that being the bulk of this act, the Police Officers Collective Bargaining Act, the Public Education Collective Bargaining Act, the Post-Secondary Learning Act, the Public Service Employee Relations Act. Somewhat of an omnibus bill, perhaps a habit that the Premier has brought with him from his time in Ottawa. We know it was a particular habit of the Conservative government of which he was part to bring in large pieces of legislation, making many sweeping changes, perhaps in hopes of escaping scrutiny, that transparency of which they are such apparent big fans, Madam Speaker. Now, within this bill, we see a number of different changes. The one that is interesting to me, and one which perhaps relates to what the Minister of Children's Services was speaking about with some of the nonprofits and some of the others, is to do with the averaging agreements. Now, averaging agreements indeed can be a beneficial tool. And indeed, I remember meeting with one young gentleman who worked for a nonprofit in a school and had some challenges around the averaging agreement because, of course, for his work, there were days when it made more sense for him to stay a couple hours later one day at the school to be able to work with a youth who had a particular need that day. And that became a challenge then for how many hours he was able to work in a week and that sort of thing. So, yeah, it made sense for him to be able to arrange an averaging agreement with his employer. And I remember bringing that young gentleman, to meet with the chief of staff for the then Minister of Labor, the now member for Edmonton Millwoods, to talk about that challenge and look at ways that we could find to help them to work within the legislative changes in that. Because indeed, Madam Speaker, whatever the claims of this government want to be, we did indeed listen to Albertans and make the efforts where we could to try to adjust and mitigate for the changes. And this government has no claim, Madam Speaker, to being more responsive. I can tell you that from having talked with hundreds of doctors across this province. So let's get off the high horse here tonight and talk the realities of this bill. So in regards to the averaging agreements, it was set up so that employees and employers would sit down and they would work out their averaging agreement together. That does not strike me as being an unreasonable provision, Madam Speaker, that would be required. This government is choosing to remove that. This change to the arrangement means that it's no longer about the employee and employer working together. It's about an employer dictating terms. Now, I recognize, Madam Speaker, that is a habit of this government. Again, Alberta doctors, this government is not interested in actually negotiating an actual contract. They, in fact, passed legislation, again, a habit of this government, to give themselves new powers to be able to tear that agreement up and throw it away and indeed impose an agreement. Now, apparently, they've enjoyed that so much, they want to make sure that every employer in the province has the ability to do that with an averaging agreement. Now, there need to be protections around an averaging agreement, Madam Speaker, because there is a reason that we have employment standards. There's a reason why we have a limit of 44 hours a week or a certain number of hours of work per day. And indeed, there are realities that employees face that could prove challenging. And indeed, this government has said that they believe so much in consultation that, man, you should sit down and talk to anyone before you make a decision that will affect them. We've just been roundly criticized by the Minister for Children's Services for failing to do that appropriately. In this case, her colleague, the Minister of Labor, seems to think that is not necessary in this case. That an employer should simply have the ability to impose on any employee this averaging agreement. Oh, that's why you call them employers, eh? Is that what you said, member? Oh, okay. I understand then. So anyone wants a job, then they take what they got, and then we don't need any labor standards, Madam Speaker, because they're employers. They have the right to dictate to their employees everything about how that job should be. No negotiating needed, Madam Speaker. Thank you, member. I appreciate that thought. So there's no longer any need to limit the hours worked to 12 hours per day or 44 hours a week. They do not have to pay overtime for an averaging arrangement. So who in this relationship, Madam Speaker, has the incentive to abuse? Is it the employee? Is that the balance that this government is bringing with this legislation? This is entirely one-sided. This is entirely without balance. And this government has provided no justification for this. Other than to say, well, most employers are going to be pretty good and they're not going to do that. Well, Madam Speaker, most governments have been pretty reasonable too and been able to actually negotiate with doctors in the province. This is the first government and first health minister that's utterly failed to do so. Because it's not always just about the powers that are being granted, Madam Speaker. It's about whether or not you can trust the person wielding them. And we need to consider the question of trust not based on the best case scenario, but on those who might choose to abuse it. And I think this government on many occasions has given us good reason to see why there need to be caveats and restrictions on power. Now, the government has been incredibly disingenuous in their arguments on this, to be clear. Because when we talk about this in the context of what this means, that employees could be essentially denied access to overtime. They say, well, we haven't made any changes at all to the overtime provisions. All the overtime laws have stayed exactly the same. Yes, that's correct, Madam Speaker. They have kept those the same. They've just created a nice loophole by which an employer can escape those provisions, which they have not changed. They've just simply given an exit. Frankly, Madam Speaker, that's an insult to Albertans. That the government would make such an argument on such a change that has such a profound impact on individuals, on employees. And as my colleagues have noted, it is not an equal relationship of power. As one of the members of Parliament just noted, of course, because they're the employer, they have the right to dictate that, so they themselves acknowledging this is not an equal balance of power in this negotiation or this relationship, but yet they are providing. And not only that, they're expanding the period in which this can happen. So not only can it now be imposed by an employer without any agreement from the employee, it's been extended, it can be up to 52 weeks from 12. That is a massive increase, over 4 times, Madam Speaker. That's not balance. That is an extreme change, for which, again, we have heard no justification, for which the employee will have no recourse, except to lose their job. If you don't like the terms, walk. And of course, again, that has apparently been the view of this government on doctors in the province of Alberta, though they deny the fact that many of them are preparing to take exactly that option, to the detriment of many Albertans. And this government wants to talk about transparency, they want to talk about democracy, they want to talk about fair treatment. And this is a single provision in this omnibus legislation, Madam Speaker. A bill in which I'm going to have to do a bit more work to understand a bit more of all the sweeping changes that this government wants to push through, because I've been somewhat busy with their Omnibus Health Act. Speaking further about transparency, Madam Speaker. So I'm deeply troubled by this provision, by this change, and indeed allowing for the unilateral cancellation of any current agreement with 30 days' notice. So they're not even content to let the existing contract that was actually negotiated between the employer and employee stand until it's done. They got to give a 30-day opt-out clause for any employer to just impose that new one, much as this government chooses to do in so many other situations. It's disappointing, Madam Speaker. And it is disrespectful to Albertans, and it is not supporting Alberta workers as much as they want to pat themselves on the back and claim that they're doing so. But I have a feeling we're going to have much more opportunity to debate this bill, and there will be much more back and forth, and the government will pump their tires some more about what wonderful people they are for standing up for Alberta workers, despite what we see as the truth. I look forward to engaging that debate further, but for now, I'll adjourn debate. Thank you.
I hear the motion to adjourn debate. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried.
Under government bills and orders for second reading, Bill 31, Environmental Protection Statutes Amendment Act 2020. Adjourn debate, Mr. Getson.
The honourable member for Laxane and Parkland. Any other members wishing to join debate?
Actually, Madam, if I could turn it over to my colleagues. I believe I spoke on it last time in adjourned debate. I'm not sure of procedures, but I believe
you still have 16 minutes left.
Oh, I
if
still have 16.
You would like to take your time or sit down, we can move on. Please proceed.
Sure. Well, I'll take a little bit of a moment then. So firstly, thank you very much for this. I'm sorry?
Tell them yes.
Okay, we'll get out of here. So Bill 31, this is a great thing that happened here. My birthday, May 6th, out in the beautiful county of Laxane and Parkland, there was, I'm sorry? Oh, okay. There was a court ruling that took place, and what it showed was that the definitions of words are in legislation actually counts. Because at that point in time, what had happened, Madam Speaker, was that they made a ruling that silica sand was actually, in fact, a mineral. Now, this doesn't seem like much. It's kind of innocuous, a ruling that takes place, but the ramifications of this were actually pretty massive. So because there was a ruling put in place that silica was then considered a mineral, it essentially put everything else in place for the whole gravel industry, the sand aggregates, marl, clay, etc., meaning that it was a mineral. So then it put it as an actual quarry. So all of the operating pits out there would actually have to reapply as a mine. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm sure it doesn't sound like much, but Environmental Assessment Act would have to take place, or impact assessment, I should say, and those things can take upwards to 77 months. So, Madam Speaker, what happened is there was 500 applications in the hopper currently under review to become pits. Those would have been pushed off to be 77 months, I should say, or 77 weeks in application. The second thing that would happen is all existing pits that are producing over 45,000 tons of material a year, and that's arguably only 10 kilometers of road surface, those would all be subject to that. Any of the operating groups that were out there, the larger companies, maybe 5, they would have been the only ones allowed to operate at that time. So what happened here essentially is we could have ground the entire aggregate industry to a halt. And that means all of our pavement materials, that means all of our concrete, that means all of our sand. Everything that we're trying to do to get Albertans back to work would have came to a grinding halt. And fortunately enough, what happened was that there was a stay in that ruling, and that extended out until October. So I'm very happy that Minister of Environment and Parks was all over this like a pit bull on a pork chop. He literally got into this, understood the ramifications of it. He got right into the ramifications of this and saw that it was very important. We started consultations with the rural municipalities, the Alberta Sand and Gravel Association, and found out what the consensus was on this. And literally, Madam Speaker, folks didn't want to upset the apple cart. There was kind of an outlier here. It really took everyone by unawares. And that's where we came down to the wording in Bill 31. So redefining and ensuring that silica sand is not taken in context as a mineral, clearly defining that the aggregates, the gravel, the sand, the marl, and the clay are not considered minerals. So the environmental impact assessments would still sit there if we needed to use them for applications of gravel pits, but it would allow, with the passing of this bill, and hopefully everyone votes in favor of it, would allow us to continue steady state, if you would. And that still allows all those operators to take place. It still allows all those mom and pop organizations, and it still allows our own private pits as the Alberta government and those municipalities to be in operation, and it still allows Albertans to keep at work. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that folks will vote in favor of this bill. It's something that was very timely. It managed to get hoisted, and quite frankly, I'm very honored to be able to speak as a private member to this. And again, my colleagues, this is something that impacts all of the province. We managed to get this ahead of the rest of the queue to make sure that Albertans could keep back to work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Relations.
Due to a potential conflict with site has to be excused.
Are there any members wishing to speak and join debates? The Honourable the Premier.
Very briefly, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I would simply like to thank the Honourable the member for Laxton and Parkland for his leadership on this matter. Without his very robust intervention, I don't believe the government would have found a remedy to the very serious threat posed to our economy by that court decision and the uncertainty which it created. The Honourable member for Laxton and Parkland actually drove me by the proposed gravel site in question, which was which instigated the litigation here in question. And I should point out, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I understand that Chief Tony Alexis of the Alexis Sioux First Nation supports this kind of development, as do the vast majority of First Nations across the province indeed. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was essential that we find a rapid solution. I have to say, this is one aspect that I'm proud of this government for its ability, even in the midst of multiple crises, with the implementation of a 362-item platform, to still be able to move through a complex policy process on a very complex issue such as this with great speed, to bring certainty and statutory clarity so that the gravel, the aggregate, and the construction industries can proceed at a time when we desperately need those people going to work. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, let there be no doubt, this would not have happened without the leadership and the thoughtful interventions of the member for Laxton and Parkland working with the Minister of Environment and Parks. So I'd like to thank the member.
Any other members wishing to join in debates? The Honourable Member for Fort Saskatchewan, Vegreville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of Bill 31, the Environmental Protection Statutes Amendment Act 2020. I've been contacted by many constituents regarding the May 6th Alberta Courts of Appeals decision affecting 500 applicants for gravel pit licenses. This ruling would have effectively ruined the gravel pit owner, operators, and all businesses and workers that are related to this industry. In 2019, our government was elected with a clear mandate from Albertans to reduce red tape, and this bill would fall into line with that. Pit owners, gravel truckers, equipment operators, and laborers, along with related industry, make up an important amount of small businesses here in Alberta, which are an important part of our economy. Madam Speaker, the gravel industry is full of hard-working entrepreneurs, and I know this firsthand since my own dad was a gravel trucker right here in Alberta. Whether it was at Steel Brothers Pit in Fort Saskatchewan, Davis's Pit in Two Hills, or Curley's Pit in Westlock, I firsthand know how important this industry is to Alberta. My dad would usually stockpile all winter long, hauling pit run from these named pits to stockpile at locations all across northeastern Alberta. I fondly remember his 1980 White Western Star, which he nicknamed White. It had a 13-speed Detroit diesel 6V92TA with 3,800-pound axles, and for anyone that is interested, the 13-speed was a 3-speed splitter. Being a lifetime trucker and owning many trucks over the years, Dad, if he were today, would say this was his most prized truck. This truck was a high-gloss white with lots of chrome. Let me tell you, this truck was the envy of every gravel pit. Myself, as a very young woman without a driver's license, often begged him to let me drive this brand new 13-speed White Western Star, of course under his guidance. However, that would be no way. He would be the only driver, and he made that very clear. I recall one time at a Steel Brothers Pit in Fort Saskatchewan, as he was driving up his load up the pile, the side of the gravel pile gave away, and his White Western Star rolled down the side of the pile, amazingly landing on the bottom with all of its tires and upward. No one was hurt, only the mirrors were damaged and Dad's pride. In true Alberta entrepreneur spirit, there was no way this was going to slow him down, so he did what any other trucker would do. He chicken wired the mirrors on the truck, and they stayed that way until shut down in autumn. He also had a 1976 Chev Tandem C65 with a 427 gas engine, with a 5-speed transmission and a 4-speed auxiliary with 34,000-pound axles, which he called Chevy. Dad was proud of his trucks, his gravel hauling industry, and being an Alberta small businessman. If he were here today, I know he would be very proud of our government, which recognizes the gravel industry as a valued industry that has the support of our government. Occasionally, a court ruling could have unintended consequences, which could have an impact negatively on an industry. Our government saw this and jumped in, taking control and bringing forth this legislation to avert catastrophe. Madam Speaker, our government is forward-thinking, and therefore by amending the Environmental Protections and Enhancement Act, gravel projects can be confident that our government is working hard to create and keep business right here in Alberta. I stand here in support of this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh boy, did I not understand a whole bunch of those words. Standing Order 29-2A is available. Are there any members wishing to speak? Seeing none. Any other members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitemud.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today to speak to Bill 31, Environmental Protection Statutes Amendment Act 2020. I appreciate the comments from the earlier speakers providing some context around why this bill was brought forward. As previous speakers have noted, I do understand that this is a result of the what's known as the Alexis decision by the Alberta Court of Appeal. The decision came out May 6, 2020. And in that decision, the Court of Appeal as noted by previous speakers, noted that it basically ruled that silica sand should properly be considered a mineral under the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act, and therefore, by virtue of being considered a mineral, the extraction of large quantities, and specifically I believe it's 45,000 tons or more, would actually be considered, that would be a quarry as opposed to a pit. And the significance of that, of course, as noted by previous speakers, Madam Speaker, is that the extraction of such large quantities and being categorized and classified as a quarry as opposed to a pit means that it's considered a deeper extraction and therefore subject to different environmental regulations, including environmental impact assessments. Now, obviously the members across have probably a much more direct experience given their backgrounds and the stories they've shared about growing up and their experiences in that industry. I can't share, unfortunately, those same personal experiences or stories, but I do, of course, understand the importance of these large sand operations to our economy as well. I mean, the extraction of silica sand is critical to fracking, and so it is a critical part of our industry, and so therefore we do need to make sure whenever we're doing any of the work that we do in this province, which a lot of it does deal with oil and gas and a lot of natural resource industry, which has a significant impact both on the environment. It's important for our economy, but it also has an impact on our environment. And of course, in the context of environmental considerations, the groups that most likely that we hear from the most and have been such vocal advocates and protectors of our land are, of course, the First Nations people of Alberta. And so, of course, this challenge here was brought forward by a member of the Alexis Nakota Sioux First Nation, and they had raised concerns, I believe, in the court case about the extraction at the, I believe it was the Wayfinder Big Molly pit, which was just northeast of Edmonton. And their concerns were that that extraction was going to have an impact on local waterways as well as on wildlife. And of course, throughout the process, the Court of Appeal ultimately, to some degree, did agree with the member from the Alexis First Nation who brought forward, Alexis Nakota Sioux First Nation, that there was a need for an environmental impact assessment. And I think what I see here from Bill 31 is a reversion to the system that was in place prior to this appeal. It is an amendment to the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act to change the definition of minerals and pits, as well as to amend or remove references from the Public Lands Act that make references to silica sand. So it's what I see brought forward, my understanding of what's happening here through Bill 31 is to revert back to the process that existed in place before the decision in the Alexis matter. And I guess I have some questions about this. I agree that we don't want confusing or regulatory processes that are going to hinder unnecessarily the development of these pits, especially if it's now, I understand, put about 500 different operations in question who are now subject to a whole new set of regulations, including requirements of environmental impact assessments. And I think we do need clarity around that because I don't, from my understanding, and again, I don't have the direct understanding of the members opposite, but it may not be necessary to have an environmental impact assessment in every situation, and perhaps the decision of the Court of Appeal is overbroad in that respect because it would require it anytime the sand operation is over 45,000 tons. So certainly some clarity for the industry is important and for Albertans is important, but I also think it is important to also make sure that we are considering still the impact and the considerations and concerns brought forward by particularly this First Nation, but what that would require and what we know is a basic tenet of Aboriginal law in this country is proper consultation is required. And that doesn't mean that, of course, at this point that the First Nation is either right or wrong or has a veto per se, but it does mean at this point in time that proper consultation should be had. And when I listened to the members across, I did hear the member from Lexington Parkland speak about talking with the gravel industry, but I didn't hear him say anything about consultation with First Nations with respect to the specific changes in Bill 31. And so I would simply like to hear a little bit more about that, and I'm hoping as we proceed further into debate on this bill that we will hear a little bit more about how Bill 31 will balance both the certainty and clarity that's required for the industry, as well as the concerns brought forward by First Nations as perhaps through a consultation process, because we do know, and I have a little bit of background with respect to Aboriginal law, that even the introduction of legislation can trigger the duty to consult. I'm wondering if that has been considered by this government. I'd like to hear some feedback with respect to that. But generally, I think we do need some clarity and certainty, and if Bill 31 provides that, I would just want some more information about why this was the balance that was struck and how that balance was struck. So I look forward to a fulsome discussion and debate on this bill, Madam Speaker, and to hearing from other members from the Assembly.
Standing Order 29-2A, the Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to respond to those questions, and thank you to the member from Edmonton Whitemud for the questions. First, I'd like to briefly just clarify a couple things. The court order, or the court ruling, I should say, Madam Speaker, did not say anything in regards to the current process at Alberta Environment, or the process that we use when it comes to the governing of gravel pits or the approval process inside the province. In fact, the judge indicated inside the ruling that they did not see any concerns with the process that was already in place here within the province. This simply came down to, at the end of the day in the case, the judge said that the definition between quarries and pits, and between sands and different minerals were not clear. And at the end of the day, this legislation just returns us back to the status quo of how we have regulated this industry in this province for decades, but provides that clarity when it comes to minerals and the difference between, a coal mine, for example, versus sand pit inside the province. The honourable member asked some reasonable questions when it comes to consultation. First, as was mentioned by the honourable member from Lexington and Parkland, the Sand and Gravel Association inside the province supports us for sure. We worked hard with them to make sure that we were able to get this right in the period of time that we had to get it to the chamber. But in addition to that, the AUMA supports this bill, and the RMA supports this bill, and that's important. And I am going to address the Indigenous issue in a second, but that is important because the main partners in governing and regulating the gravel industry and gravel pits are actually municipalities. They carry most of the burden in the regulatory process within their municipal districts. Alberta Environment has rules that need to be followed, obviously, but at the end of the day, this is primarily a bylaw issue within the counties, so it was important that we made sure that we got it right. Lastly, in regards to the Indigenous consultation question, I think it's important first to note that the court case that the honourable member refers to was not Indigenous communities. It didn't come forward from Indigenous communities. It did not come forward from one of the treaties inside the province. It came forward from one individual who was Indigenous for sure, but one individual within the process. And the Indigenous communities that were in the area did not support that individual in their pursuit within the system. So this was an individual who had a concern and ultimately utilized the court system, as is his right to do so. But this was not something that was brought forward by Indigenous communities inside the province. And we have not heard from the Indigenous communities that we have spoken to that have been impacted or were in the regions where this was impacted, anything negative in regards to returning to the status quo. Lastly, in regards to environmental assessments, the honourable member is correct. If a pit is above a certain size, by law it requires a full environmental assessment. We don't have any pits like that inside this province that have ever had to trigger a full environmental assessment, though that mechanism, Madam Speaker, still remains in place. If there was ever a pit that was brought forward that would go above that size limit, they would still be required to do a full environmental assessment, but it has not happened in this province in 15 years since this legislation originally took place. So hopefully that provides some clarification to the honourable member's questions.
Any other members wishing to speak under Standing Order 29-2A? Seeing none, any other members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Drayton Valley, Devon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to rise today to speak to Bill 31, the Environmental Protection Statutes Amendment Act. Over the last 5 years that I've been an MLA for the constituency of Drayton Valley, Devon, I've met with several of the sand and gravel operators in my constituency, and they play a significant role in the economy of our country, of our province and our country, for that matter. Especially when we start looking at the oil and gas industry and the amount of gravel and sand that is used in across this province. Really, our modern economy, it really could not function without sand and gravel operations. And whether it's for building roads and bridges, or the construction of houses and hospitals, schools, landscaping, all of these industries are affected and are dependent on the sand and the gravel that operations in this province. So when we are talking about this particular bill, this is a significant bill for the province and for our economy. Therefore, any changes to the regulations that are going to impact this industry are going to have a large and compelling ripple effect throughout the economy of the province. Now, Environment and Parks has had an effective and an environmentally sound regulatory system in place for more than 15 years to review and to approve projects. And I know I've had the businesses in my constituency come to me on many occasions asking me to help them work through regulatory issues and address the issues that they face on a daily basis to try to make sure that they have a profitable operation in my constituency. Now, that being said, Bill 31, the Environmental Protection Statutes Amendment Act, is designed to address some recent issues that have risen in the sand and gravel industry as a result of a recent court ruling. And on May the 6th of 2020, the Alberta Court of Appeals ruled that sand is a mineral under the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act. And this means that sand operations above 45,000 tons per year each year must be regulated as a quarry instead of a pit. Now, before this decision, all projects removing sand were regulated as pits. Now, for most of us, including myself, until recently, a quarry, a pit, what's the difference? That may, the speaker may think there's a big difference between a quarry and a pit, but quite honestly, I wasn't sure what the difference was until we were made aware of this change in the court ruling, and so it actually has a significant difference and a significant impact on how our sand and gravel operations are going to operate in the province. So while both may sound similar or may be similar in the minds of most people, because for most of us, all we think of is well, a pit and a quarry, they both remove something from the ground. But under law, they're very different, and they are regulated very differently. Your average sand and gravel pit is regulated through a much more simple process of authorization, while a quarry that produces more than 45,000 tons of material per year requires an approval from the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act, as well as an environmental impact assessment. And the result is that many gravel pits, if placed under this kind of regulation, will now face a costly and a time-consuming approval process. It will subject sand to the same regulatory oversight as a mineral that's found in a quarry, and has not historically been necessary when moving forward with the sand and gravel operation. So it will create far more red tape for sand and gravel pit operators that are already struggling in a depressed economy, struggling to overcome a COVID pandemic, struggling to make sure that they can maintain a profit, maintain jobs for workers, continue to be a viable and profitable part of our Alberta economy. So this court ruling has brought a level of what we would consider in this government an unnecessary regulatory complication and confusion. And it's unfair to the sand and gravel operators, and it creates avoidable challenges for the future sand operations. It creates problems that could be avoidable as we move forward into the future of this province. So we're not talking about just a one or two operator problem here. There are about 500 sand and gravel applications and operators currently under review, applications that are currently under review in this province. So this is actually a significant issue. And they have submitted the information required for a pit authorization, but not for a quarry approval. And so these applications will now be considered incomplete. And they will not be authorized unless we have the passing of Bill 31. So the additional regulatory burden of revising applications, which could take months and add months to the process, are creating some really significant issues. So asking operators to revise their applications for a quarry approval, including an environmental impact assessment that could take up to a year, and maybe even longer, to process is a tall and it's a complex issue, order, and a request for sand and gravel operations during an already stressful time within this industry. And so we need to address this as a government. In order to address the implications of the court decision, we need this bill. We need it to clearly identify how sand is going to be regulated. And we need to change the definition of minerals and pit in the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act. And we need to remove references to the silica sand from the Public Lands Act. And when the Public Lands Act is amended, and to remove the references to silica sand, it will also remove additional uncertainty about the interpretation of what sand is. And so our government agrees that there is a lack of clarity in the definitions, as was identified by the Court of Appeal. And that's why we're working to make the definitions more accurate through this bill. Bill 31 will align the current framework with the philosophy and the intent of our legislative process, or our legislation. So Bill 31 will help to lower industry costs and government costs for that matter. And it will help to avoid unnecessary work for pit operations with well understood environmental impacts and instill confidence in the industry so that investment capital continues to flow into the industry. In crafting Bill 31, the Ministry of Environment and Parks reached out to the stakeholders involved in the sand and gravel industry, and the Alberta Sand and Gravel Association and the Rural Municipalities Association are both in favor of the amendments found in Bill 31. And so while Bill 31 will reduce regulatory burdens and provide clarity to the sand and gravel operators, it will also allow the industry to continue to maintain the effective and environmentally sound regulatory processes for pits that Environment and Parks has had in place since 2004. So it's not like we're changing the system here where we're leaving no regulatory process or approvals to be done. What we're doing here is making sure that we're going back to a system that was working, it's been working, that was not broken, but which a court has interfered with and created some confusion because of its decision. So, Madam Speaker, in the middle of an economy that's been hit hard from 4 years of misaligned policies by the former NDP government, a province that's had a precipitous drop in the energy economy, and finally a COVID pandemic that has wiped out jobs and burdened companies with unneeded debt, Bill 31 will actually take a small step towards providing certainty within one part of our economy, the sand and gravel industry, a certainty that will balance the economic development of the industry with our need to regulate and live up to our environmental obligations. And so I would encourage this House, Madam Speaker, to support the amendments that we're bringing forward here with Bill 31. I believe it's in the best interest of the industry as they have brought them to our attention, and through some of the hard work of the ministries involved and some of the MLAs, I believe that we are taking a positive step in the right direction towards bringing certainty to this part of our economy that's so important to a whole wide range of industries. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. Seeing none, any other members wishing to join debate on Bill 31? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to just say a few words in regards to Bill 31. And I actually found the debate and the explanation of the minister very helpful in regards to some of the questions that we did have around this bill, what had precipitated it, what was the nature of the court ruling that kind of helped to move this along, who was involved, and how it would affect environmental assessment, and what is the scope or the breadth of environmental assessment in regards to both quarries and pits here in the province of Alberta. So I appreciate that, and certainly, you know, we've been looking generally positively on this bill. Some of the questions that were brought forward by the member from Edmonton Whitemud, I think the minister answered them quite succinctly and to my satisfaction, so that really helped me to understand the scope of this. And indeed, a couple of the comments from different members here this evening, I think are a fairly accurate reflection of the importance of the sand and gravel industry here in the province of Alberta. I think we're quite blessed with quite a lot of this natural resource that we see around the province. I, again, have my only personal experience with gravel pits was you know, misspent youth in high school, I guess, when I think about it. But, you know, I see them around. I certainly see them in the honourable members riding in Drayton Valley, you know, when I'm out that way in the canoeing and so forth. And I know that the health and the function of the gravel and sand industry is a fairly good indicator of the overall health of the economy too, because of course it's a basic building block for both concrete and for roadbeds and foundations and you name it, right? And so if we can see some positive trends in this industry, then we can probably be reasonably confident that things are starting to pick up, or conversely, if the industry is not doing so well, then that's a problem, right? Also, we do know that generally that there's some shortages of high-grade sand and silica and so forth, not just around the world, really. And so for us to perhaps better refine how we are both sort of grading and defining these different products, I think will serve us well in the future, because I know, just reading the news, that all around the world there's you know, there's shortages of different high-grade silica and so forth, and you know, it's good to know if we have something that we can offer into the trade, quite frankly. I know that the whole issue around gravel pits and so forth is always sometimes contentious, at least, for neighboring or surrounding communities, because of course the industry itself has quite a high impact on roads and on surrounding areas. And so as long as we are maintaining the highest level of regulation, right, in terms of both road use and noise and dust and those sorts of things, to make sure that our pits and quarries are good neighbors for all Albertans. So certainly people recognize the importance of having them, and there's good local industry to have as well, because of course the closer you can mine and use and extract these products to where you want to use them, the more economical they are, right? Because of course it's a very heavy product to move around the province. And so, in keeping with that then, I think that we are certainly watching this bill with some optimistic eyes, and I know that it's a little awkward, Madam Speaker, for this debate, because of course every time we talk about quarries and pits, then you have that natural reaction. I know, and I hear some version of my name, I always have that reaction too. So that's great. Keep us on our toes, and I look forward to hearing some other members on this topic. Thank you.
Just happy this is a positive debate. The Honourable Member, under Standing Order 29-2A.
Well, I'll be brief on Standing 29-2A in case somebody else has some other comments for the Honourable Member. I'll just reiterate, without getting into detail, because the member didn't ask anything specific, but to make it clear to him that while you're dealing with some of these issues, as he knows as a former minister, there's all sorts of different nuances as you're dealing with particularly multiple pieces of legislation. The core of the goal of the government here is to continue with the status quo. So there's no intention by the government to change what has already been taking place in the province when it comes to this issue. It's just to restore and be able to meet the basically what the courts found in not being able to articulate the definition that already exists within our current legislation. So this is an attempt to meet that request, to make a clear definition, and to keep forward with the status quo. So there's nothing within this legislation that will change how we environmentally regulate pits or how we do quarries, but it will make it clear what is the difference between sand or other types of things that come from the ground, and make sure that we're regulating that in the way that we always intended to as a province, which I think he seems to understand when he was saying the comments. I just wanted to reiterate that to him, that is the intention of the government with Bill 32, right? 31. 32 is a different issue, but 31, that's where we're at.
Under Standing Order 29-2A, the Honourable Member for Lac St. Anne Parkland.
Yeah, and again to the member from Edmonton Northwest, absolutely, really appreciate the comments. To the member from Millwoods, I believe she had some concerns on if it was the nation itself that had concerns in consultation. It wasn't. The nation was actually consulted in the original operation and opening of Molly, which was essentially it's a pit that extracts sand, fractional sand, that can be used for our energy sector, which is an industry disruptor because we bring in most of our materials from Wisconsin or Texas just due to the formations. About 70% of our material we import actually for our own industries. So this is how important this new evolving diversification of that model, if you're looking at taking marginal farmland and using that for the upstream side and making a saleable market. So again, it was one individual who is of First Nation descent that had this ruling that was outside of the consultation with the community as well. One of the side benefits from this was kind of that come to Jesus moment where everyone went, oh my gosh. I mean, that's what literally took place. So some of the side benefits of this when you're making mention of utilization of roads, neighbors, friendly neighbors, all those things. So through you to the member, Madam Chair, is that the Sand and Gravel Association and the RMA are putting together a board so they can take care of their outliers. So essentially, you've got a couple on either end that may or may not be pro for the industry or problematic or potentially are leveraging more than the resources are worth compared to their neighbors and friends. They're getting that together because it really scared everybody of how bad this could get, and you could shut down the whole industry because the kids hadn't been playing along very well together for a number of times. The other thing that was a bit disconcerting was that a couple companies saw this as an opportunity and literally took quarry applications underneath existing pits. So essentially you could have had predatory capitalism where you take advantage of having an individual operating pit with somebody else taking the license under a quarry. So all the kids are playing nice in the sandbox again. We as government got the definition right, which is no longer an outlier, and we'll make sure that the industry can carry forward with this. So appreciate the comments.
Any other members on Standing Order 29-2A? Seeing none, any other members wishing to join the debate? Bill 31 in second reading. The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise tonight and speak to Bill 31, the Environmental Protection Statutes Amendment Act 2020. And I know a number of my colleagues have already spoken at some length to this bill and raised some questions that I appreciate that the Ministry has taken the time to answer tonight through his use in 29(2)A, and I think that has been very helpful and very productive here in this place. I mean, obviously, I think the situation with the Alexis decision was rather challenging, and there were some complicated decisions that came through, and I appreciate that that court case and decision were indeed only in, I believe, May of this year. So I also appreciate that the government moved with quite some speed and expeditiously in terms of addressing this issue. And I know that that's something that's going to be appreciated with the industry and with the public as well. I think that certainly, while we've spoken to how we think this is generally favorable to the opposition, and generally we agree. I mean, I have some minor concerns. I think that perhaps the minister, and I know again we move fairly quickly here, and that's actually okay. I think that the minister did a relatively good job in terms of moving quickly to try and address the issues immediately, and I appreciate that the ASGA and other organizations are working together to try and create some councils around this issue, but I think that there was an opportunity, and perhaps there will be a further opportunity in the future to sort of address how complaints of this matter could be handled outside of the court system, and if there could be a different legislative structure in terms of complaint process, because we know that while that there are environmental impacts of some of these sand and gravel pits and quarries, and there are going to be some sort of impacts on the communities. It may not be the case that every single case needs a full EIA or needs to go to court to determine if it needs these types of EIAs, right? But I think that certainly we do understand that these concerns that come from community members, whether it's an Indigenous community or otherwise, are legitimate and do need to be addressed in some manner. So I think that certainly hopefully there'll be an opportunity in the future that this government may introduce legislation to address that and to create some sort of complaint-based process that would allow public members to have input on these pits as they move forward. And Madam Speaker, I know that you very much appreciate when the public has input on the actions of pits and so forth. With apologies. I tried. But no, I think I'd certainly like to thank the government for bringing this forward. I think that certainly, I think there's over 500 sand and gravel operations that are currently awaiting approval and are going to be impacted by this legislation and this court decision. So I mean, certainly we know that there is a large and broad effect across the province, and that's something that's quite important, and we know that because it's such a large impact on such a core piece of Alberta industry, and something that really is, as an industry, we know it isn't vulnerable in the same way to international pressures, right? We know that this sort of operation must remain locally and always will, due to many different factors, but largely we know that it's protected in a different way than other types of industries we would normally see in construction and other types of fields. So I mean, certainly to have these 500 sites affected would have been quite significant, and now the government is moving forward. So that's positive to see, and I think certainly we understand, of course, quarries and pits are both required to be reclaimed at the end of their life cycle. So even with this sort of motion to not have to address the Alexis decision, it's going to still have that environmental reclamation at the end. So we know that's still going to be addressed as well. But yeah, I mean, certainly I think that if members of the public still have complaints to make, that should be brought up as part of the discussion, right? The effects of how reclamation will happen and what types of reclamation will be done and to what extent it will be reclaimed and how much these types of things will cost. I think those should all be addressed when members of the public have concerns, right? And it may be the case that it's an individual member of the public, and I think hopefully a process would be able to deal effectively with both individual complaints and also community-based complaints where it's perhaps a First Nation or perhaps a town or municipality that's making those complaints. I hope that some sort of complaint process would have the ability to differentiate and consider both of those in a fair manner. I think that certainly we want to have a process that would be able to address these issues and would be able to and would be able to assure the public and assure those communities that the reclamation process will be sufficient for them. And I think that's very important for Albertans, and I think that's very important for everybody in this place. But we know, again, I mean, obviously, and I think the member for Drumheller-Stettler spoke about how in his area it's so important for jobs and the economy, and we know that's absolutely the case, right? We know absolutely right now in the middle of the COVID pandemic, in the middle of perhaps the worst economic crisis that's ever been seen in this province, we need to try and ensure that there is some stability in as many industries as possible. We need to try and support as many industries as possible. So I'm optimistic that this will have some stability for those 500 sites that are currently awaiting approval, and I'm optimistic that this will have a positive impact overall, and in constituencies like the member for Drumheller-Stettler. Welcome back, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to see you here in this place as well, and have you preside over me as well. Mr. Speaker, I think it's certainly something that we think that these changes are reasonable and do address this Alexis decision. And of course we understand, as has been mentioned by the Minister and other members opposite, that the Alexis decision was not driven by a complaint from the nation. It was driven by a complaint from the individuals, from an individual and a group of individuals. And I think that's certainly something that is important to acknowledge, but of course we also have to acknowledge that it did result in a court decision that now has to be addressed, and I think that's certainly something that we can appreciate this government is moving expeditiously on as well. And I mean, certainly it's unusual, I think, actually, for a government to move so quickly to deal with a court decision. I think it's actually quite unusual for a government to have made changes, and in this case, I mean, it may appear to be a minor change, but in actuality, it will have larger impacts, right? So to be able to complete discussions with organizations like AUMA, RMA, ASGA, and all the different organizations, and to be able to have that sort of understanding of the issues before moving forward is something that I think is important, and I think the government has done a reasonable job of assuaging the majority of those concerns and understanding the majority of the needs of the industry along with the communities, and I think that's certainly a positive thing to bring to this place and a positive action to bring to this assembly. So yeah, again, I think that certainly complaints that are driven by the public, whether it's from municipalities or nations, or whether it's from individuals, are legitimate. I think that it probably is correct that we don't need environmental impact assessments in every single case, even if there is a complaint, and I think it's certainly correct that it's a situation where we don't necessarily want it to be only discretionary, right? We don't necessarily want a situation where there's either one or a small number of people that are simply making arbitrary decisions on this. We want some sort of process in place so that people can have an opportunity to have their issues heard. I know all members of this assembly spend a lot of time speaking to their constituents who often raise many concerns with them and raise many issues that they have in their communities, and issues like gravel pits and like quarries come up, I'm sure quite often in members that have excess of them, but I have heard the same types of concerns in my riding as well, and of course we know in Calgary, for example, those are the issues come up quite frequently. So I mean, of course we know that these types of concerns and issues are raised quite regularly. So hopefully this government will have the opportunity in the future to have more discussion and more debate and introduce other legislation that will address a complaint-driven process or an issues-driven process that will have a fair solution for all and a fair solution for Albertans, because I think certainly we have to balance these types of issues, right? We have to have a reasonable balance between allowing our industry to continue to work in this province and allowing our industry to continue to support this province and support jobs, and also having a process that Albertans are comfortable with, right? That our constituents are comfortable with and are comfortable with understanding the extent of which environmental impacts will be both addressed during the use of a pit and after during reclamation as well, because I think those are both important parts, and I think that Albertans recognize that we deal with those slightly differently, right? The impacts during operations are going to be different, obviously, than the impacts after and during reclamation. So I think those are all really important parts of the conversation. I think it's all very important that we have these discussions. But I think it's an opportunity that the government will have in the future to try and make it easier for participation, because I think that all members of this place can agree that it is difficult to access a court system, right? You have to hire lawyers, you have to go in, talk to a judge, right? It is a complicated process, it's a complicated complicated system, and it's something that I think is difficult for the average Albertan to navigate, and I think that certainly we would like to make it easier, because Albertans deserve to have a say on what goes in their communities, and Albertans deserve to have a piece in the conversation. So hopefully we won't be leaving Albertans just forced to go to courts in the future, and instead we'll have a process that will both be faster for Albertans to resolve their concerns, and also faster for the companies that are operating in these spaces to be able to have a resolution for their projects to move forward as well. And hopefully, I think that the government agrees with us that certainly there is a need to be able to both address the concerns, but also allow the companies to make clear that they will be doing the work that's necessary and expected of them under the legislation as well. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to hearing what my other colleagues will be saying in this place. I think that certainly we'll be hearing from a few more members here, but it's certainly a reasonable piece of legislation that has addressed something that I think we can go a little bit further on. I know as a New Democrat we say that often, it doesn't go far enough, but certainly I think that this government has taken a first step, and hopefully we'll be able to take a couple more steps in the future. Thank you.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. If anyone has a brief question or comment, the Honourable Member for Lac St. Anne Parkland.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the member from Edmonton South, if you're saying reasonable legislation, that's like most people saying slam dunk. So I take that as a high compliment coming from the individual across the aisle. Just for your edification, though, with the regulatory process, what happens is the municipalities currently, that's where this process takes place. So when you have an open house, you have your consultation, notifications given, the actual operator goes through that process with the municipality. So with this stay that was taking place, or actually the court ruling, it would have bypassed all of that. So if it becomes at a quarry status, it's almost like the energy sector when you look at it in that regard. Then it would go up to the province. So what we're doing is make sure that we keep it at the lower level. So that's where your individuals come and they have the consultation with the operators, they have the reclamation plan. They do all of that fulsome consultation at the lowest level of detail, if you would. So what happened here is we managed to get ahead of that. So again, we're keeping the status quo. It works really great. We still got the big hammer of the environmental impact assessment if we need to pull that trigger, if it's large enough, or if there's those situations that have taken place. But again, in 15 years, that's never taken place in this industry. Because again, it's very well understood. Typically, it's not that deep. It's superficial. It's pretty benign, when it comes down to it, and it's well understood. So again, just to waylay the members' opposite's concerns, we don't have to add new legislation. We just have to, rather than what we're proposing here today, obviously, with the definitions, the words, but we don't have to add new levels of rigor, I guess, on that consultation process, because it works right now and it's at that lowest level of detail with the people that are in the operations, the ones that live in those backyards, and it's the municipalities that are doing it. So hopefully that helps clarify.
Honourable members, is there anyone else that would like to provide a brief question or comment under Standing Order 29-2A? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity just to speak briefly about this bill, because I think the major points of the bill have been covered by both sides of the House. We understand that, this particular bill is motivated by a particular court decision, as opposed to some big philosophical notion on the part of government at this particular time, a reasonable thing to do. And I know that in this particular case, the Court of Appeal was using our own legislation to make the basis of the decision, and was saying that the standard has to be reasonableness. And in this case, what was interesting about the Big Molly case was that the Court of Appeal was making very clear that they will overturn decisions of the director when they feel that the standard of reasonableness is not met. Now, you've come to a kind of a clean solution on it here, in that you provided the courts with a basis on which to say that the product in question here does not is defined in such a way it does not constitute a product that would need a full environmental review, and as such, it is reasonable for a director to make a decision that a full environmental review is not necessary, given that it's not a mineral and therefore does not, violate the depth of land beyond removal of surface strata and then the removal of the silicate sand itself. So, I think when I look at this bill, a short bill solving a particular problem seems to address it reasonably well, so I think that's appropriate. My only concern, and it only peripherally related to this particular bill, is that while you've kind of resolved the implications of the court decision, you haven't necessarily addressed the larger underlying issue of sort of Aboriginal rights. And I know that the minister was gracious enough to stand up and remind the House that this was not necessarily a treaty organization or even a First Nations that was bringing the cause to the courts, but rather an individual. But I do want to remind the government that that individual was a First Nations person who was using the argument that their personal treaty rights were being violated. And so while technically you're right, it wasn't brought forward by an organization that represents treaty rights per se. It was brought forward by an individual who does possess treaty rights, because treaty rights are seen as both collective and individual rights. And the question is still out there, and this bill kind of in some ways skirts that question, probably necessarily because we can't stop all of our gravel and sand.
That concludes the amount of time for Standing Order 29-2A, as that's what was called when the honourable member rose. Now, I have a sneaking suspicion that he may want to continue on the bill as per usual, and given that I see no one else, the honourable member for Edmonton Rutherford to continue.
Thanks. I won't need much longer anyways. I think I expressed the concern that I have. But the reason why I do address it, because we're talking about sand and gravel, one particular project called the Big Mully Project, taking place just west of the city here, near Alexis First Nations. But it actually isn't the only court case on sand and gravel presently in the system. The Mikisew case, for example, in the Fort McKay area is a similar kind of a question, and that is being brought forward by a nation. And so I'm just wanting to point out that while this bill has a certain finesse in dealing with a particular problem, it doesn't actually address the larger problem, which is probably going to have to be addressed by government at some point along the way, and that is the issue of Aboriginal rights. And I noticed the Premier quite accurately suggested that the chief of Alexis First Nation, it's very clear he's not against development. That's absolutely not a stance he's taken. He's more than happy to participate in development. However, he has said publicly on many occasions, as have all of the chiefs, that what they're actually asking for is participation in the development process and an appropriate recognition of the implications of land and resource extraction and development on their treaty rights. And therefore, at some point along the way, I think the government is going to be forced into making a decision to look at the consultation processes that need to go on to ensure that future cases don't get to that larger issue that we sort of somehow steered around a little bit in this particular case. And I know that the decision regarding Fort McKay and Moose Lake, the Prosper Petroleum decision, is also on the government's table right now, and it has a similar kind of underlying philosophical demand, and that is that we have to look at the decisions that we make in terms of our land and resource extraction and the implications for Aboriginal treaty rights. Something that is being, more and more pursued by First Nations, and including, today when I happened to spend some time with chiefs from Treaty 8, again, the issue came up about, as they put it, look at all the resources that are coming out of our traditional lands and what benefit is that to us. Some people occasionally get occasional jobs, but they certainly are not provided the rights as First Nations believe them to be defined in the treaties, and that is a share of the resources of that land and resource extraction. And I know that gravel and sand has been mentioned to me by First Nations as included in that, because they don't differentiate whether you're taking out a tree or oil or sand or gravel, all of which has value, and none of which contributes back to the First Nations communities at this time. So I guess I just want to say that while I appreciate the work that's been done in this particular bill to move in a particular direction around a particular decision, I look forward to the government taking hold of that larger question that we have around Aboriginal, First Nations rights, and the question of land and resource extraction and sharing the wealth that comes from that benefit. Thank you.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Member for Laxana and Parkland.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member opposite. So again, I can't speak about the broader issue of fulsome consultation across the province or changing legislation other than what we already have. What I would suggest through you to that member is the system works. And this is proof in the pudding here, to be quite honest. Again, Chief Tony, Alexis, and the Alexis First Nation were on board with this project. They were completely on board with it. Consultation took place. There was one individual that had 2 appeals to this decision. It was based on the language that was here that's being rectified, and that's kind of off center. I can only speak as the local MLA. I love my chiefs out in that area. We've had a great conversation right from day one. I actually have a quarterly meeting that takes place with the 3 First Nation chiefs and the Reeves from the counties that are in our area, and we talk about the broader issue. So when I'm out there doing consultation, we're talking about this, it's an ongoing relationship is what we have. And I'm not saying that's the be-all, end-all. I'm not saying it has to be legislated, but it just happens to come down to those relationships. So it's literally building those bridges, making sure we have fulsome consultation, participation, full participation in the area and the activities. And I am finding, honestly, as the member opposite would from his travels throughout the province and his former position as, when he's in the former government, was that a lot of this is not necessarily legislation to make it happen. It's that handshake. It's to make sure that you're engaging with the communities and you are participating full on and that everyone's open about it. And we're finding the same thing along Laxana right now when it comes to the flowering rush. It kind of got stymied and stalled out a few times because of the work that I would like to say that we're doing with Chief Tony and his folks and me being there and getting some of these old relationships rekindled and going the right direction. Again, not fixating in the sandbox and being agitated by existing legislation that sets us apart, but bridging that by true, COVID handshakes at this point, but making sure that we're all talking about the same thing within the region, and that is powerful when it happens. So I appreciate the comments, and that's all I can do as the MLA for the area, is to keep bridging those relationships.
Standing Order 29-2A is available with approximately 3 minutes remaining. If there's anyone else who would like to provide a brief question or comment. Seeing none, the Honourable Member for West Yellowhead caught my eye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to rise this evening in support of Bill 31, the Environmental Protection Statutes Amendment Act of 2020, recently introduced by the extremely Honourable Minister for Environment and Parks. The Minister and I both have the privilege of representing some amazing Rocky Mountain constituencies here in the legislature. In fact, our constituencies actually share a boundary in the western part of the province. So when the Minister introduced this bill, I know he did so with the intention in mind to help support and provide clarity for Alberta businesses and to provide jobs for our deserving residents. This government was elected in 2019 with a clear mandate from the people of Alberta to reduce red tape. And Mr. Speaker, as I'm aware, not everyone in the Assembly understands what red tape is. Just to be clear, it refers to the redundant layers of bureaucracy and paperwork requirements that have built up over time in Alberta. They strangle and suffocate businesses and reduce incentives to invest and do business in our province. An Alberta Court of Appeals decision on May 6th complicated approximately 500 applications for gravel pit licenses. In one decision, in one afternoon, these applications were ground to a halt. Mr. Speaker, in our representative democratic system, our constituents need to be able to reach out and voice concerns. I've heard from many of my constituents about the long and detrimental wait times associated with acquiring government approvals. Should all project applications involving our wonderful Albertan landscape be examined thoroughly? Absolutely they should. Should the benefits of these projects be conclusive? Of course they should be. Should working families go without because it was decided that all silicate operations above 45,000 tons per year be considered mineral quarries rather than gravel pits? No, they should not be. This is what our industry faces at times when trying to do business in Alberta. In this particular case, projects that would have gone through a straightforward process will be subject to far more complicated authorizations before beginning or continuing their operations. To stop this decision from pointlessly damaging the jobs of rural Albertans, the Minister introduced this bill, and that is why I support it. Mr. Speaker, our government recently announced the Alberta Recovery Plan. This plan will dramatically kickstart our economy, but the spirit of that plan will be undermined if decisions like the one on May 6th are allowed to impact our businesses. The amendments contained within the Environmental Protection Statutes Amendment Act will lessen the ominous administrative workload destined for silicate projects in this province. By amending the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act, this government has taken the necessary actions to continue these projects. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, but this signals to the market that Alberta is a stable regulatory environment to do business. Our government is committed to making Alberta the most dependably favorable tax and regulatory environment in which to invest and succeed in all of Canada. The certainty of this will provide small, medium, and large companies the ability to operate with confidence that the UCP government has the backs of workers in this province. With this bill, the Minister continues to uphold our high environmental regulatory standards while ensuring that companies can have their applications approved in a timely and reasonable fashion. The May ruling by the Appeals Court primarily impacted Wayfinder Corporation and their Big Molly silica sand project located only a short drive outside of West Yellowhead. At the beginning of April last year, the company announced that Wayfair began working on the development of the Big Molly Regional Frac Sand Facility in 2016. After an extensive permitting and approval process that included hundreds of individual meetings with landowners, municipal and provincial regulatory organizations, the facility is now operational. Let's keep it that way, Mr. Speaker. Let's help employees put food on the table and the thousands more across Alberta employed directly and indirectly in this field. Although Big Molly is located in Lac St. Anne Parkland, the nature of rural economies means that the loss of a relatively small number of quality jobs can dramatically impact an area. Rural Alberta depends on businesses like the many gravel and sand pits located in West Yellowhead to not just keep our economy going, especially during a pandemic, but to be the catalyst for our economic recovery. So I just want to thank the Minister tonight for his proactive approach to this issue, for helping to provide clarity and stability for future economic growth, as well as the continued environmental stewardship that rural Alberta is proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Member for Lac St. Anne Parkland.
Actually, I really thank the member from West Yellowhead. I also do want to point out, even though you're adjacent to God's country, I did grow up in your constituency. But also one other thing I wanted to point out for you as well, member, that actually Wayfinder is out in your location at Obed. So the frac facility that they have out in God's country in Lac St. Anne at Glen Evis, they actually moved that product up to Obed is where they put their polymer coatings on it, and that's what's used to plug up the wells when they're doing the frac process. So you and I share a common interest. It's definitely tying our constituencies together, and it's a really good industry. Thank you.
Honourable members, there's approximately 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in Standing Order 29-2A. Is there anyone else wishing to provide a brief question or comment? The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Forestry is rising, or? Honourable members, we are at second reading. Is there anyone else that would like to provide a question or comment? If not, I am prepared to call the question or allow the Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks to close debate. The Honourable Member for Lac St. Anne Parkland, on behalf of the Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks, has moved second reading of Bill 31, the Environmental Protection Statutes Amendment Act 2020. All those in favor of the motion for second reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 31, Environmental Protection Statutes Amendment Act 2020 is now read a second time. Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 25, Protecting Alberta's Industry from Theft Act 2020, adjourned debate. Honourable Mr. Nally.
Honorable members, before the Assembly is third reading of Bill 25, Protecting Alberta Industry from Theft Act 2020. Is there anyone wishing to add a comment in the debate? The Honorable Member for Calgary Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak to this bill. I think, as has likely been outlined in this House several times, this bill makes amendments to a private member's bill that was passed previously. I think generally these amendments have been well received by various folks. This is certainly something that is of serious concern. Certainly, I'm well aware of the fact that this impacts a lot of large companies, but it also impacts a lot of private individuals, especially in rural areas. I know certainly it has the support of the Rural Municipalities of Alberta, RMA, and so I think that's certainly an important thing to hear. I do think, and I would urge all members to vote in favor of this bill. I think it is an ongoing issue in Alberta, and it's certainly something that's worth acting on. And so I thank the minister for bringing this forward. And I think it's worth noting that metal theft is it's incredibly problematic for the individuals who are being stolen from. It's also potentially a very dangerous activity to engage in. Certainly I know in some instances individuals have found themselves through various life circumstances in a position where they're trying to engage in this activity, and because sometimes the metal, which is obviously used in wires, can be electrified, and that can be very dangerous for the individuals involved. It can also cause large outages in terms of various utilities for individuals who are receiving the power or the internet or the cable that the wires were providing. So that's obviously a big concern, and so I'm glad to see that we are addressing this. I don't know that I have seen yet a statement from the chiefs of police on this matter. I know there were some concerns about exactly how the implementation goes. I certainly hope that the minister is working very closely with them to ensure that that's implemented in a way that doesn't add unnecessary regulatory burden in that manner. So I think I'm definitely glad to see this. I'm glad to see the government acting on this particular matter. I guess it bears saying this late evening after much contentiousness that it's nice to see that we are still capable of agreeing on some things across the aisle, and so that is definitely good to see. I would urge all members to support this bill. I think it's important to bring into place sufficiently strong measures, which is what this bill is doing. Again, it's not bringing the whole thing into place, but it's amending it, bringing into place these sort of stronger measures to deal with this, to send a strong signal to individuals out there. I'm pleased to see this coming forward, and I think with that I will close my comments.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to join the debate this evening on third reading of Bill 25? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I just want to echo my colleagues' comments from Calgary Mountain View, that in sum, this bill seems to get the job done in regards to scrap metal and specifically, and revisions to the Act. We know that, again, that it's very important to have a clear legal framework to trace scrap metal, and we know that it is a significant part of our overall recycling program. I think in terms of the sheer weight of scrap metal that is recycled or brought back for smelting, that it's the biggest one in Alberta for sure, right? And so it also is, if you're looking for ways by which you can reuse something and recycle it, then the energy that is taken to initially manufacture the given metal, whatever it happens to be, copper or steel or other metals, then by being able to recycle that, you are creating maximum efficiency for the whole idea of recycling too, right? We also know that, as was described previously in debate, that we have, I think, more incidents of theft or more incidences of theft that is obvious to the public that is taking place in regards to scrap metal, and sometimes it's just kind of tragically senseless, really, what we have been seeing in some places in Alberta. I know, as I mentioned before, in the community of Griesbach that I do represent, that has a strong military history theme, that many of the plaques, or almost all of them really, on the various monuments and even the street signs and so forth, there was metal-looking plaques that were all throughout the community, and persons were coming through and they stole all of them, pretty much, right? It was so in the hundreds of thousands of dollars of destruction. And, it upset everybody, too, because, I mean, this is part of the community. You make a choice to live there, to have the history, and it's a nice enhancement for the people that live there. And someone came and stole them all, right? And, in fact, the alloy that was used in those plaques was not even recyclable anyway, right? It was a zinc mixture, I suppose, something like that, you couldn't even melt down. So it was just a senseless theft of metals. And, it seems to be, I think, an indication of people that perceive that there's value in this, and, and unscrupulous people who are willing to steal that stuff. And, I see it as well in city parks. You have the city benches that people have, and you can pay to have a memorial for someone on the bench. And again, this is an alloy that's not something you can actually sell, right? But someone has gone through whole areas in the river valley and taken all those plaques, right? And so again, that's just a small thing, but it's an indication of a growing problem on job sites, and on existing electrical systems and power systems around the province, catalytic converters on cars, you name it. So yeah, I mean, I think it's good to make sure we are getting a grip on this and having some identification that's associated with it. I mean, let's not forget that, often it's some of the poorest members of our society that do engage in the scrap metal industry, or recycling, I should say, just by, looking for these things here and there, right? So we don't want to, preclude people from making some money from scrap metal recycling, even on a very smallest scale. People literally looking for these things as they travel around on foot. But we do want to make sure it's legal, right? We're not allowing people to steal and rip up critical infrastructure or steal parts off cars or park benches or monuments and things like that. So in sum, I would encourage all members to vote in favor of this bill, and I appreciate the debate that has taken place over the last few days. Thanks.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or a comment. Seeing none, is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate this evening? If not, I am prepared to call a question. Honourable members, the question for third reading is the Honourable the Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity has moved third reading of Bill 25, Protecting Alberta Industry from Theft Act 2020, on behalf of the Honourable the Minister of Minister of Justice and the Solicitor General. All those in favor of the motion for third reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 25, Protecting Alberta Industry from Theft Act 2020 is now read a third time. Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, adjourned debate. Honourable Mr. Dack.
Honourable members, before the Assembly this evening is Bill 30 for second reading, Health Statute Amendment Act 2020. Is there anyone that would like to debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitemud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak in second reading of Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act. I anticipate, again, Mr. Speaker, that I'll have many opportunities to speak to this bill. This is my first opportunity to do so, and I'm glad to put my thoughts, my initial thoughts on the record with respect to Bill 30. In particular, earlier this evening, Mr. Speaker, I spoke to Bill 32, which introduced a number of amendments to the Employment Standards Code and Labor Relations Code. And in my comments on Bill 32, I noted how during the pandemic, this extraordinary challenging time, we heard the government stand up over and over and thank Alberta workers, essential workers, and for their hard work, and then turn around and then immediately introduce legislation that picked their pockets and basically made it more difficult and more expensive and more challenging for workers in this province. And here we have, Mr. Speaker, a bill which is really roughly in the same vein with respect to how this government values the people of Alberta who have worked so hard during this pandemic, but also outside of this pandemic. And by that I mean, of course, Mr. Speaker, that I think all of us, all Albertans, are grateful for the hardworking frontline healthcare staff in this province who have carried us through thus far through the pandemic, and of course their work is continuing as we are not through the woods on this one yet, Mr. Speaker, as you know. And in particular, I think so many Albertans were grateful to have such a strong public health care system, which we all take pride in as Canadians and as Albertans, because it means that we all have access to quality health care in a way that is the envy of so many other countries in this world. And yet, here we have a bill that seems intended to do precisely what this government indicated when they were campaigning that they would not do. We all saw the pictures and the photo op of the Premier, now Premier, signing a big cardboard statement about his commitment to publicly funded health care and that he would maintain that. And of course, very quickly, we are now seeing their true colors. And although I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I didn't believe it when he did it then. So I'm actually not surprised that this is coming forward, because we always knew that this was truly the intent of this government when it came to health care, that they were going to introduce American-style privatized health care to Alberta, that they were going to open the doors. We saw it beginning with their fight that they began with Alberta doctors last fall, and yet persisted and continued to pursue that fight with doctors during a global pandemic. And it's no wonder, Mr. Speaker, that of all the premiers and leaders of our country, first ministers of our country, this premier is the only one whose popularity did not go up during the pandemic. And largely that's because he continued to pick a fight with doctors, with frontline healthcare workers during a pandemic. It was during this time that we saw the Minister of Health stand on a driveway and yell at a doctor because he didn't like a meme he posted on Facebook. This government has not let up on its attack on doctors, and fundamentally what Albertans are seeing is they've not let up on their attack on our public health care system. And this is clearly what Bill 30 is intended to do. It's clearly intended to weaken the public system by opening the door further, wider for privatized health care. We see that because it is clear that a provision The provisions of this bill allow for further activity by private healthcare corporations and clinics into the areas of public healthcare. So let's begin, Mr. Speaker, by saying, okay, there is one provision in this bill, in Bill 30, which is related to the pandemic, and that was, of course, the amendment, once again, by this government to the Public Health Act, an act that they cannot seem to stop amending and changing while still reviewing it, and it's now subject to constitutional challenge, the amendments they've already made. It seems they cannot seem to get things right when it comes to the Public Health Act, and they don't know what they want to do with this act. But they have amended it to ensure that the 14-day quarantine requirements for international travelers remain in place while the orders of the Chief Medical Officer of Health are in effect. Okay, great. I think that's probably the most innocuous version or piece of this legislation that nobody would have issue with. Of course, opening up the Public Health Act again, but failing to address its fundamental issues that they've introduced is once again problematic and is taking lightly the role of this legislative assembly, Mr. Speaker. But more concerning, of course, is the number of provisions within this act that are intended to open up our public health care system to American-style privatized health care. So we know, for example, that this bill clearly allows the government to enter into agreements with private companies, private corporations, to administer medical clinics. So moving doctors off of a fee-for-service basis and into a salary position, and letting, of course, the private corporations then manage the administration of a health clinic. And of course, while the government and the Minister of Health has all kinds of talking points to talk about, this is just freeing up doctors. Doctors who, by the way, that they have been incredibly critical of, antagonistic towards, and have actually been attacking as private citizens on social media and in this assembly. But really, let's be clear that what this is going to do is going to allow publicly traded companies to take over what are now public operations, public health care. And really, let's be clear. I mean, everybody here knows that, and I took business corporations law in law school, and of course we know the main focus, the primary objective of a private corporation is to create profits for its shareholders. It's not about ensuring access to public health for all citizens. That's not their driving force. That's not the reason why private corporations are created. They're created to drive profits for their shareholders, and that's exactly what will be motivating these corporations that will be administering now public health clinics. And now we know that that's really just the beginning of a creep of corporations into the public health care system. It's also clear that doctors will then become dependent on these for-profit companies, really to do these, to administer their clinics, which of course has incentives that are not in line with what our doctors' objectives are or our public health care system. It really layers in unnecessary medical procedures and services and opens the door wider to these membership fee-based clinics. That's entirely the objective of that. It's one of the reasons, actually, again, I believe our members were aware that the Premier and the government were not going to keep their promise to maintain a strong publicly funded healthcare system. That's why I believe my colleague, the member from Edmonton Rutherford, brought in a private member's bill specifically to address some of these membership-based block fees, private clinics. But of course, that bill didn't even come to the Assembly for fulsome debate, of course, because it was blocked by the government members. So this is really what we're seeing, is this creep into the system, and really, this is not about strengthening our public health care system. I've long heard, and I hear it repeated over and over by the members on the other side, about how allowing private clinics would just take some of the pressure off of the public health care system. But we know that that's not the case, because the individuals who can go to private clinics and the types of procedures and surgeries they can perform there are usually the more simplistic, less complex ones. And it continues to leave the more complex cases for the public health care system, which continues to place extraordinary pressure on that public health care system. What we need to be doing, rather than allowing people to use their dollars to go and remove it from the system, is to actually strengthen our public health care system. But that's never been an objective of this government. And while, again, I maintain that the members on this side of the House were always aware of that, and many Albertans were, I think it's, again, goes to the trust issue that Albertans have with this government, Albertans who did believe when the Premier signed that big cardboard billboard that he signed. Some obviously believed in him because, you would think that when a Premier makes that promise, he means it. But of course, he knew that he had to say that in order to get elected. He knew that that was the goal, was you have to say that you're supporting public health care system, even if you have no intention of doing so. So that was, again, goes to the trust issue that Albertans have right now. With this government and with this Premier. It's similar to the broken promises made around funding for education and many others, Mr. Speaker. So, and let's be clear, what we've seen right now from this government in the last few months, during the pandemic and even before, is that they've definitely broken faith with doctors. And this Bill 30 seems to be intended to divide doctors and weaken the position of the Alberta Medical Association to enter into an agreement with the government. Of course, the government themselves broke that ability by ending the contract and refusing to go back to arbitration with the AMA. But what's interesting about this tactic, I believe, by the government, which is to divide doctors and try to get them to enter into side contracts with the government rather than through the AMA, is that I think that the government has shot themselves in the foot themselves on this, because obviously it's become very clear to Albertans that you can't trust this government's word, and certainly you can't trust a contract that you enter into with them, because they will break that in bad faith. And that's exactly what has taken place. That's exactly what we currently have a constitutional challenge launched by the Alberta Medical Association alleging that. So certainly, I think for the government of Alberta to put themselves out there to doctors and say, you can trust us, enter into a contract directly with us, most doctors see right through that, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, I actually had a conversation with a doctor, a rural emergency room doctor, just last week, who said to me, he said, he voted UCP, and he traditionally considered himself a conservative, but he was absolutely outraged. He said he could not believe how the treatment by this government of doctors, particularly during a pandemic, that he has absolutely no trust left in them, and he assured me that he would not be voting for this party anymore in the future because of that. So while I think the government is holding itself out to some doctors and saying, come enter into contracts directly with us, don't worry about going through the Alberta Medical Association, I don't think a lot of doctors are buying that. And in fact, I think they see right through that. And what I'm hearing is conversations of that they're not going to let this government divide them. But that's certainly what this government's trying to do. I'm also significantly concerned, Mr. Speaker, and again, I know there'll be plenty of opportunities to speak to this bill again. But I do want to also mention that I am concerned about the fact that the Health Quality Council of Alberta will now report directly to the minister as opposed to the legislature. Again, this is an issue of independence, and we've seen already that this government does not respect independent offices of the legislature. We saw what they did to the Elections Commissioner. We saw how they brought in an amalgamated, for example, although these were not independent, they should have been, offices of the legislature. They've amalgamated the health advocate, the seniors advocate, the mental health advocate, all to one individual who is, of course, a key supporter of the government. So I'm not surprised that they're further trying to undermine the legitimacy and independence of bodies who are not meant to be partisan, which are meant to just report back to the legislature about the status of our healthcare system and ensure that quality standards are being met. But now, of course, that the Health Quality Council of Alberta will no longer be reporting to the legislature, but directly to the minister. And even more importantly, of course, is the number of changes that Bill 30 brings forward to the configuration of regulatory colleges. Now, I don't even have in the 15 minutes that I typically have to debate on this bill to go through all the bad appointments that this government has made thus far. to various panels and boards, and clearly have done away with the standards as well as the process, the fair and open process that was established by the NDP when they were in government to appoint individuals to boards, which actually required them to meet various standards with respect to diversity, gender equity, and to have that process in place. They've done away with that. They've now, we see them appointing individuals who are responsible for selecting judges in this province, who have clear records of being racist and sexist, and in fact, while that was brought to the attention of the Minister of Justice, he refused to acknowledge that there was anything wrong with those. And even after that individual stepped down when the more blatant racist and sexist comments came out, still refused to denounce that person. Clearly, the selection of individuals to boards and colleges by this government are not based on quality. They're based on partisanship. They're based on an affiliation and support for the government, not on qualifications and quality. And so now we're going to have a number of changes to regulatory colleges in the healthcare system, where there will be more government-appointed public members. And again, if government was committing to some kind of transparent process for that, perhaps Albertans can get on side. But right now, Albertans have a very difficult time trusting this government about anything when it comes to healthcare, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable the Premier has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to respond to some of the grossly misleading comments by the Honourable Member opposite, which are, in the spirit of the NDP's classic meta-scare campaign. I don't think a day has gone by in my lifetime when a New Democrat politician somewhere in Canada wasn't accusing a Conservative or Liberal government of, quotes, privatizing healthcare, two-tier U.S.-style healthcare. It is, the first thing you learn when you go to NDP school is how to repeat that talking point ad nauseum, Mr. Speaker. They say it year after year, decade after decade, day after day. It's not true now. It wasn't true then. Mr. Speaker, when she refers to this bill bringing in American-style healthcare privatization, Mr. Speaker, how? When the NDP refers to the American two-tier style privatized system, what they're referring to is the lack of universal public insurance for medically necessary services. There is not one syllable in this bill which diminishes the principle of public insurance and universality, which are the key characteristics of the Canadian system, and frankly, most systems outside of the United States. Nothing. What she refers to, Mr. Speaker, is it allows government to enter into agreements with private corporations. Well, she will be shocked to learn, Mr. Speaker, that from the very birth of Medicare in Saskatchewan in 1965, under every NDP government in Canada, including that here in Alberta, the government entered into agreements with private corporations to deliver health care because guess what, Mr. Speaker? Virtually every physician is a private professional corporation. And very typically, they congregate into corporate associations. When you go down to Jasper Avenue, go to the local walk-in clinic, it is a shock. I don't want to disturb the members opposite. So trigger warning, Mr. Speaker. They go down to that clinic, it is a private corporation. And even worse, Mr. Speaker, that private corporation is made up of a bunch of professional private corporations of the individual doctors. My gosh, there's two levels of private corporations. It's American healthcare happening right down there on Jasper Avenue at the walk-in clinic. Mr. Speaker, what rubbish. How absurd. Every surgeon who goes into a government hospital to do surgery is contracted with the government as a professional corporation, Mr. Speaker. Under the NDP, 15% of Alberta health surgeries were conducted in Mr. Speaker, again, fasten your seatbelt. They were performed in privately owned, corporately operated day surgery centers, Mr. Speaker. I know it's unbelievable. I mean, how did U.S.-style healthcare break out under the NDP? Mr. Speaker, What we're doing is to expand the opportunity to contract out publicly insured, government-funded, universally accessible surgeries to those kinds of centers. Why? So people don't have to wait for 2 or 3 years in pain on the wait times that the NDP built up. Open heart surgery wait times increased by 50% under the NDP, for cataracts by 30%, for hip replacements by 30%, for knee replacements by 23%. Mr. Speaker, all they're really concerned about is defending the union boss monopoly as much as they can. What we're concerned about are these patients who are waiting in pain, who very often, you want to talk about U.S.-style care, you know what many of them end up doing after, and I know people like this, I'm sure we all do, after 2 or 3 years of debilitating pain, when the choice is more weight or addiction to painkillers, guess what? Many of them pick up and they take out loans and they go down to the United States, Mr. Speaker. That's supporting U.S. healthcare. I have an Edmonton friend who went down to be operated on in Denver by an Edmonton surgeon, and he woke up in a recovery room next to an Edmonton physician, all 3 Canadians in a hospital in Colorado taking our dollars out of our healthcare system because they didn't want to wait in the back of queues. And that's why we proposed to reduce, in our platform, to reduce surgical wait times to no more than 4 months and 4 years by replicating elements of the highly successful Saskatchewan model for healthcare reform, the Saskatchewan Surgical Initiative, which this bill does, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, is there anyone else that would like to add comments? The honourable member. Not on 29-2A, on the main bill. Second reading, the honourable member for Calgary Mountain View is the call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak to this bill. I suspect, as my colleague before me has indicated, that I will have many opportunities to speak to this bill, but this is also my first. So, as my colleague before me has indicated, I have massive concerns about this. I do believe that it brings American-style healthcare to Canada. And I think that I can make a very good case for that. I hear the members across the way laughing. I'm not really sure that this is particularly funny, but if the Premier would like to continue chortling his way through the evening, that is his business, I suppose. So the concern here is that it does open up for further corporations to come in. And I think, Mr. Speaker, the allegation that an individual operating as a corporation is exactly the same as a large multinational corporation is absurd. I think the suggestion that because someone like a doctor or a lawyer operates as a private corporation, again, which is a very different entity than the sort of corporations we're talking about in this case, having mainly to do, well, there's a whole bunch of legalities around it, but they're very different things, and the members opposite know that they're different things. So I think it's worth addressing, some of the I mean, not the comments of the members opposite, but certainly some of the comments of reasonable Albertans walking around out there, because I have this conversation with folks quite a lot about this. And I think, people often say, well, why don't we allow more privatization in? Then those who can pay can go and pay, and then it'll make the queues shorter for everyone else. That's the argument that I typically hear for this. The challenge is that I think, and you can look internationally at this, is that in instances where you have seen that happen, that's not ultimately what the result is. If you look south of the border to the U.S., where there are some elements, ostensibly, of a public system, and that's how we would be headed towards. There would still be some elements of a public system. I'm not suggesting that this would be complete privatization, simply that it would be opening the door to that U.S. system. That hasn't been the effect. It hasn't been the case that the queues for the people who are not able to afford that private care are shorter than they are up here in Canada. In fact, quite the opposite. And so I think that is a huge concern. I think another big concern is, as my honorable colleague before me stated, the sorts of corporations that this bill allows in have a motivation to maximize profit. And, you know, my friends across the way keep suggesting that we say this because we think that they're evil. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is they maximize profit because it's literally in the Business Corporations Act. They literally have an obligation to their shareholders to maximize that profit. And so that is how they comport their business, because that is how that structure is set up. And Mr. Speaker, maximizing profit is just not the motive that should underlie our decisions in healthcare. It just isn't. We hear often, and I have heard from a number of people, that private providers in the long-term care space, which is a good example to look at when we're considering something like this, that these for-profit providers are more efficient and therefore, they have lower costs. But the problem is that that's operating off some very bad data, because those private operators only take the least complex patients. So there are 5 different levels of long-term care beds available, up to dementia care, which is the highest level. And so what these private corporations do is that they say, oh, look how much more efficient we are, and they publish statistics for the cost per bed of the lowest level of care. And that lowest level of care, and all of these things have requirements around them for how many staff to patient ratios you can have. And so they say, look, our beds are so much more efficient, it's much cheaper to run our beds. Okay, well, yeah, that's because your staff to patient ratio is 1 staff to 10 patients, and for a dementia care bed, it's 1 staff to 1 patient. It's not because you're more efficient, it's because you're literally providing a different service. And so, a lot of this happens when we talk about healthcare, when we talk about bringing these private for-profit centers in. There's a lot of this sort of misapprehension of the data and sort of deliberate attempts to compare apples to oranges. And I think it's very frustrating because it's difficult for Albertans to make the right decisions when they don't have the right information. I think another big concern in this bill is that we're seeing the Health Quality Council of Alberta, rather than reporting to this body, to the legislature, reports to the minister. That's a pretty big concern for me, because it means that once again, information about the healthcare system, about whether it's getting better or whether it's getting worse, doesn't flow to the public. It flows instead to the minister and then mediated through the minister to the public. I think we've seen this minister's mediating of information and how accurate it ultimately is, which is to say not at all. And so that is a huge concern for me, because the Health Quality Council of Alberta is there to provide information to the public through their duly elected representatives, that is us here in the legislature. And instead of doing that, they will now be reporting to the minister, who can bury the information if he wants to. So that's a huge concern. I think another big concern is that, doctors have been quite clear. They've attempted to negotiate in a number of instances with this government, and this government has treated them very poorly. It has been very disrespectful in its negotiations. It has not negotiated, in my view, in good faith at all. And now it's inviting doctors to sign directly. Now, I want to be very clear about this, because I'm not attacking a move from a fee-for-service model to a salaried model. I don't actually think there's anything wrong with that. The question is the terms of that deal. And the problem is that the minister isn't willing to discuss those terms. And in fact, he's trying to circumvent the association, which doctors have democratically elected, democratically again, to represent them in these negotiations. They're trying to circumvent that democratically elected body and try to contract directly with doctors because they know that the individual physicians will not have the same ability to necessarily to negotiate one-on-one that they would as a large group. And so it's an attempt to take that power again away from them. So, I mean, the reasons to oppose this are actually very similar to the reasons that I opposed the removal of a complex care modifier when the government was considering that. And in fact, of all the proposals they made to doctors, that was the only one on which they chose to back down on, at least temporarily. And the reason is because what it does is it creates two systems. One system that's for-profit, that's able to take on those patients who are less complex, who don't require as much time to treat, who don't have as many comorbid conditions, and a different system that deals with everyone else. Not just those who can't afford to pay, but those who have more complex conditions that maybe can't get into the other system, because in addition to getting to pick based on who pays, they also get to pick based on which patients they take. And so that leaves the public system in a situation where, you have a public system with a doctor who has patients that have a complexity, so they're taking like 25 minutes per patient. Meanwhile, you have a private system where each patient is less complex, has less comorbidities, has less sort of other vulnerabilities that surround their medical condition, and usually these sort of people with health conditions, it tends to tie into all aspects of their life. It affects their employment, it affects them legally, it affects them in all sorts of different ways. And so that system can deal with patients more quickly. And this is often used as an argument for, the private sector is more efficient. Well, no, if you're self-selecting in certain patients, then you're just taking the easier patients. That's not greater efficiency. In fact, it's often less efficient. But of course, we have this tendency to compare people directly when in fact we're talking apples to oranges. So I think there are a huge number of concerns about this bill. I think it's the wrong path forward for Albertans. I don't think it takes us in the direction we want to go in. And I think this mere dichotomy to suggest that because professionals like doctors act as corporations, inviting in not a doctor acting as a corporation, not an individual doctor making choices, but instead a corporation that is larger, whose, again, obligation under the Business Corporation Act is to maximize profits for their shareholders. That's a very, very different thing, because those two entities have very different drivers that will cause them to behave in very different ways. It will cause them to set up the systems in very different ways. When we talk in this place about whether we're making the world better or worse, we're usually talking about where we're placing the incentives in the system. And that is exactly the problem that I have with this bill, because it is placing the incentives, instead of on maximizing the overall health of the population of this province, it is putting the incentive on maximizing the overall profit of the people delivering the health care. And that is wrong. I think that puts the wrong emphasis in the wrong place, because the purpose of a healthcare system should not be profit. The purpose of a healthcare system is the health of the population of the people of the province. That is why it is so important to ensure that we're continuing to prioritize a public system that acts for everyone. Because at the end of the day, You can go down to the States, you can look at the examples, you can see the stories of people who have been turned away from private facilities, people who have died en route to public facilities because they were not able to pay. And it's not worth the lives. It just isn't, especially because we see the cost to administer, the administrative cost of the system in the United States is almost 800% of what it is up here. There are rooms of people in these private hospitals dedicated to interacting with all these different private insurers. And that, to me, is not efficient at all. And I think the suggestion that that creates a better system is just incorrect. And I think, as we're making these moves, the government is saying, oh, well, it's not going to be like that, just trust us. But I think the mistrust that doctors have in this government is well-founded. Trust is earned, and certainly the actions that this government has taken previously do not cause healthcare professionals or, in fact, receivers of health services or citizens of this province to have a lot of trust. And I think that that's legitimate. I think seeing the changes that are being made in this bill, the changes in reporting, the changes in contracting, the changes that allow an increase in for-profit entities operating in the system are a huge concern. There is, of course, one piece of the bill that I think does do something worthwhile, which is to say the amendments to ensure the 14-day quarantine for international travelers remain in place. So I guess it's worth noting that one good thing. But overall, I think this bill will not be good for the people of Alberta.
Well, members, Standing Order 29-2A. I see the Honourable Premier has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot of regard for the member opposite, former Minister of Justice. However, I can only infer from her remarks that she's not had a chance to study this bill closely because she raised a number of complete red herrings that appear nowhere in the bill. She was just a moment ago speaking like her predecessor and the previous NDP member about private insurance. There is not a word, not a syllable in Bill 30. I've just reread it myself sitting here now about private insurance. She's talking about a classic NDP fear campaign, a caricature of the American system, which is not in any way, shape, or form proposed in this bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill, she refers also, she kept saying that there is a statutory obligation on corporations to, quote, maximize profit for shareholders. I just scanned the Corporations Act. There is no such provision, Mr. Speaker. And of course, there are tens of thousands of non-profit corporations in this province, many of which are involved and have been for decades in the delivery of healthcare as corporations on a non-profit basis. And there's nothing precluding a non-profit chartered surgical facility for entering into an agreement with the minister, now as they have in the past. Under the NDP, under previous governments, much of our long-term care has been delivered by wonderful non-profit and in many cases charitable corporations, Mr. Speaker. I know the word corporation is a pejorative for the NDP. It is, but in reality, it is simply a way that people collectively organize themselves as charities, as nonprofits, and yes, sometimes for profitable purposes. Now, on this point, she's right that there are many corporations that seek to maximize their profit by operating in the healthcare system, like every physician and surgeon in our system. And here's the irony. The NDP is attacking this government for trying to stop 6% annual increases in physician compensation. It is true, Mr. Speaker, they went from, this is black on white, data, irrefutable, look it up right now, $4.2 billion in physician compensation in 2015 when they came to office, $5.2 billion when they left office, a 23% increase, I believe it's a 6.2% average annual increase, higher than population plus inflation, while our economy contracted by 20%, it's more than that, 23%, our economy, contracted by 18% from $365 billion to $300 billion. While nurses were put on a freeze and all other healthcare workers, they increased physician compensation by 23%. And if measures are not taken to contain that, it will go up by another $2 billion, by another 40%, Mr. Speaker. And yet, she criticizes corporations profiting from the healthcare system. And what we are trying to do, Mr. Speaker, with respect to physician compensation, is to put some limits on the profits that are made by corporations from the healthcare system. Where is the party of the workers in that? They're siding with the one percenters, Mr. Speaker. Now, why are they really against expanding the use of chartered surgical facilities, which they use, I remind them? And would one of them, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to just throw this out there as a challenge, because they've intimated they're going to have a lot of debate on this bill, and understandably so. It's a very serious matter. I encourage them to debate it vigorously. So I would encourage one of them to please answer this question. If the government contracting to chartered privately operated surgical facilities to do publicly insured surgery procedures is such a terrible thing, then why did the NDP do that for 4 years? Why was 15% of the surgeries by AHS contracted out to corporately operated surgical facilities? Why was it so wonderful under the NDP and so terrible for this government to keep a platform commitment? I would like to point out to the member under section, page 14 of the Act, the minister shall not approve a proposed agreement unless the minister is satisfied that the provision of insured surgical services as contemplated under the proposed agreement would be consistent with the principles of the Canada Health Act, and that the proposed agreement indicates performance expectations and related performance measures for the insured surgical services and facility services to be provided. Mr. Speaker, this guarantees that those contracts will be entered into full compliance, that they'll be publicly funded in compliance with the Canada Health Act.
Honourable members, I see the Minister of Transportation and the Deputy Government House Leader has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to thank members from all sides of the House for their contributions and their debates this evening, not just on Bill 30, but on all the legislation that we dealt with. And at this time, Mr. Speaker, I would like to move to adjourn debate on Bill 30.
Honourable members, the Minister of Transportation has moved to adjourn debate on second reading of Bill 30. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. My opinion, the ayes have it. The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
I wish to advise the Assembly that pursuant to Standing Order 3 sub 1.2, there shall be no morning sitting tomorrow, Wednesday, July 15th, 2020. And I now move that the Assembly adjourn until 1:30 p.m. Wednesday, July 15th.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Minister of Transportation to adjourn till tomorrow at 1:30, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. My opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered. The House stands adjourned.